And indeed, it is also in the same spirit that you now get civil society also start thinking about this in themselves, among themselves, the issues of Istanbul Principle. How are we ourselves being effective? And I think the steps that we took to develop these principles are indeed in the process of also improving the development effectiveness in itself in totality. So that's our contribution to this development effectiveness debate. And now, which then takes me to the broader question of how the bigger picture is showing up. And I think that we are still stuck into the technical aspects of this effectiveness debate. Until we escalate it to the political level, where my friend here, Mudibo, who sits at the ministry and is expected to deliver 1, 2, 3 in a certain way, and then he knows that he's supposed to put in certain things for certain things to happen. The debate around why certain things are not happening, we are not really having that. For example, I know we've been discussing the issue of use of country system. It is not that countries have not invested heavily in making their budgets more transparent, or the National Auditor's Office not getting more funds and support. No, it is another debate altogether. It's about issues of risks. It's about issues of governance, but those are not in the mainstream of discussion in the development cooperation. We are not having that discussion. And I think it is high time we looked at each other right in the eye and said, look, you and I are sitting here. What exactly are you able to do to unlock these gaps? And I think that's where, for me, the bricks lie. So if for example, within the GPDC, we say that let ministers just meet themselves without any other stakeholders to sort these things out, I think we could move somewhere. So it's about how, like Julia was saying, the issue of addressing this serious political will, which requires legal reforms, policy shifting here and there, and also consistency. Because you see, if you have, today you have leftist government, tomorrow you have the right-wing government, and then what happens to development in that case? There's a lot of unpredictability that comes with the form of government. I was joking with my friend the other day that, you see, in Africa, before, when they went into elections, we would wonder, okay, who is the next butcher who is going to come? So development world thought about that. Who is the madman they're going to bring, or madwoman they're going to put on? But now, even people in Africa are asking, okay, now who is the next extreme guy they're going to bring? So indeed, we need to be able to have a discussion around, in the context of stabilizing development cooperation, how do we shield it from all these governance elements that increasingly are having really negative impact on development cooperation and making people lose faith in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Meja. I think there's a few governments who are worried about, yes, the next extreme person coming along. We won't mention anyone in particular. But Joanna, how do you respond to what Meja has said there?
I realize I have to backtrack a bit because it is about politics, and politics is central to implementing the agenda. And we've actually, also when we've analyzed the resource and why we are where we are, it's also related to the fact that there's been a very big interest in an overall, maybe a resource agenda based on Swedish interests and not always embedded in local realities. So politics really do matter. I think for me, the bottom line is that we're all responsible, and this is a joint responsibility, and we need to find complementarities between how each and every actor can contribute and how we can maximize, create the conditions for everybody to contribute, and an enabling environment. We're all accountable for being where we are today. I mean, as governments, I think at a certain point, there was a lot of emphasis on the national level and country ownership, but it's now, so there was less focus on mutual accountability for donors. But we really have to step in and take that responsibility. And the only thing we can do is to have a look at the results and go and analyze them and see, okay, why did we end up here? And I think it's tricky to actually untangle what happened. Why are we not providing budget support, using country systems, predictability? There are so many factors that come together. So I think it's good to sit down and discuss that together. And then, but all of us, because it's about, I mean, civil society responsibility towards their constituencies and taking the possibilities there are. It's about partner governments, creating the preconditions and democratic ownership and taking a leadership in order to make us, to create possibilities also for us to respond. So it's all of us coming together, doing this together. But I think we do need to realize also that to bring in political element, but also to, I think the closer we are to the reality where we are doing development, that's where the discussions have to be, because that's where it's easier to, it will be somehow more relevant for people. I would also like to say something on ODA, because my government is extremely concerned about the ongoing trends and the challenges that actually imply for development, where we see a worrying trend of using ODA for other purposes than what it's meant for. So somehow there are, it's going back to basics, and that we all contribute together to stand up for, I mean, the ODA definition and what is development cooperation all about, and making sure that it goes to the countries and people that are most vulnerable, what it's really meant to do, and to catalyze other flows, of course.
Julia, we want to move into coming to some forward thinking and what steps might be taken to move this on. Could you give us a few ideas of what you think might work?
So just to build on the last two interventions and what's the potential there. I think that perhaps what we need to do, or what we need to catalyze or to stimulate in the donor countries, speaking as civil society from Canada, from a donor country, I think part of the issue that all of us have been referring to in different ways is that we don't take this seriously enough, in the sense that it's the right thing to do. We do it when we have the largesse budget-wise. We do it when we have center-left leaning governments that are, this is part of what they want to, how they want to be perceived in the world. But it's not coming back to your point, Meja, of the volatility, right? That how do we stabilize this? And I think we can do that if we, in the donor countries, definitely see this as part of our core business, our core role in the world. Like, this is not just something nice that we do when we're feeling generous. It's a fundamental thing that we need to do to contribute to a peaceful and prosperous world, but also because we're part of that world. And so, in this globalized, increasingly globalized world that we're living in, we've seen in the last couple of years, Ebola, natural disasters, crises, migration. We can't shield ourselves from any of that. We're part of that world. And so this is our investment in that more prosperous and peaceful world that we live in as well. And I think the universality of the SDGs provides such a great platform for us to understand it that way, to convey it that way to our citizens, to garnish support, political support for that kind of engagement, because it's good for everybody, including us, right? So bringing this to the center of our role in the world and what we do and what we contribute, and letting it, I know some countries are already doing this with the SDGs, of really doing a coherence check and going across their different policies, not just ODA, but all kinds of policies of how we engage and relate to the world and how are we contributing to a better world. So I think to the degree that we can do that, and I think we have an opportunity now again with the SDGs, then this will become more stable and it will become part, a more integral part of what our economies and our governments and our citizens support. So I think that's an opportunity, a challenging one, but an opportunity. I just wanted to say quickly one more thing, again, as a Northern civil society group, and when you were asking, Meja, are we doing something wrong? And I think we can acknowledge that, we have challenges as well within the civil society space, right? And definitely the divide and the tensions between southern-based CSOs and northern-based CSOs. One of our Istanbul principles is around equitable partnerships. I think we all believe in it, but, having the principle and believing in it and then actually doing it consistently, there's a bit of a walkway there. So this is ongoing work, and we need to continue challenging each other and holding each other to account on that as well. But that's an example of where civil society, has a responsibility to fulfill that commitment.
Very good. Modibo, if you had 1, 2, or 3 things that you'd like to do, if you were in charge, what would they be to move this thing on from Southern government perspective? Now's your moment.
Thank you, Justin. I think we should not underestimate the challenges that exist in implementing the Busan commitments. Firstly, we need to recognize that there are more actors now than in previous commitments. But also we have more indicators. But at the same time, what I think is very, very important is we need to separate there are 2 kind of challenges in implementing the Busan documents. Firstly, operational, which we have been focusing on. But in my mind, what's most important is the political aspects in implementing. My personal point of view is that we have, in my point of view, I've witnessed at least, I think we need more, we need additional global attention on this subject in implementing the Busan documents. Because I'm under the impression that since Busan went to Mexico and now to here, that the political implication has decreased. That's my opinion. But mostly this political attention, whatever the technicians do, if you don't have a political will behind it, it will never attain the results you want to have. But what we will need to focus on is generating evidence to ensure that there is political accountability and that we can make well-informed decisions based on this evidence that's generated. Thank you.
Very good. Meja, would you like to carry on that stream of thought? I'll give you this one, it's okay. And how you see it from a civil society perspective?
Yeah, I think we need to keep monitoring, but I think we need to consume the monitoring report much better. And in this, part of why I think we are quick to produce reports, but not really learning from the reports. It has become a fashionable thing that every after 2 years, countries move around, produce some report, and it's a big thing, and yeah. But really, what really counts, in my view, is a real national dialogue around those challenges, and not just within partner countries. It should be possible that even within the headquarters of development partners, that they also really take account and evaluate, okay, in this country, we are spending billions of dollars, right? And this is what they are saying about us. How can we do it better? And that debate is not taking place. So I'll give you a typical example. The country report comes back in March, right? Give feedback, it's a half-day thing. The report goes back, it's compiled and sent back, and then you get the country profiles. That's it. Now, today here, we spend, 1.5 hours to briefly talk about monitoring. Yesterday, yes, we spent a whole day. But does that really give us a real focus on learning from each other, learning from those experiences in a manner that can direct policy? So that it's not just an intellectual exercise or a technical exercise, but really, like my friend Modibo was saying, that it informs political decisions, that it moves. I think, for me, it's what we need to focus more on going forward is cascading this thing into up to the political level, where we say we have reached this level as a technical people, and this is where we need you, the political guys, to do your job. But secondly, I think what is also important, and also just to happen what Modibo was saying, how do we strengthen the involvement of non-state actors, particularly, with regard to their commitments to the process on the one hand, but also particularly for CSOs with regard to playing their oversight role. And in that regard, for us to be able to really play an oversight role and enhance mutual accountability, we must have an enabling environment for that. That means the laws have to be right, the policies have to be right, the structures must be accommodating in a manner that we can receive critical comments or criticism on the one hand, but also, yes, not only that we are wired to receive good criticism, but to the extent that we are able to tell each other first, the truth all the time. And for me, that indeed would be the best way to go. But lastly, Mr. Chairman, for me, accountability remains the fundamental element of all this. Otherwise, it does not make sense. And to that regard, that's why I'm saying, when it comes to really analyzing the results, but we analyze those results in the context of being accountable, not really being about how well we performed, but really being able to say, this performance, what does it mean to development? How many livelihoods have we transformed? Then that is the day. And so I think within the global partnership, we must really discuss at what level do we want to cascade the accountability element, and what do we need to put in place to strengthen that to the extent that we don't always have to fight about, oh, we are not accountable, that we are still having this discussion 11 years down the line. I think we should move beyond that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So is there an interest to come in from the audience here? Anyone want to contribute? Don't all jump up at once. Up there. Please.
Thank you. I'm Rotich from Kenya. And actually, we have talked of the Busan objectives, and I want to refer to Principle 4. About the issues that was put down and the inclusiveness that we have to have. The citizenry, I think it should be aware of the objectives and goals. And for this to be done, I think they should be in ownership of it, and actions around the media and civil society say that people will be aware of the commitment of the development objectives by their own country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Norma?
Good afternoon. I thought I was the only one that felt that this whole discourse of even the SDGs was my own problem, that I was not getting this information clear, or there was something wrong about me. I think the whole problem of doing things top down is that we end up not including the people in the ground. And yet we keep adding sectors. Like, for example, I learned that the youth were really almost like annoyed in the opening because there was a lot of things that they could not understand, although it affected them directly. And I disagree on the issue that the SDGs have been more, there will be more information about them. I think the same problem has been, or the same mistake has been done over and over, like SDGs are government and maybe private sector issue, because in my country, the sugarcane lords are the ones advertising the SDGs, and they're the ones displacing communities from their land. So we wonder how this has been agreed on the rooms, wherever you meet, and decide that, because I work in the ground, and people don't even have telephone or internet or Skype to do any of this. And the consultations on SDGs, as much as this development efficiency or anything, it doesn't have to do anything with the real people on the ground. They have not been informed. And I think keep adding sectors is not the solution, but informing and making the information available. So maybe when we participate here, we come up with better solutions together. And of course, the issue of trust is like very difficult. I think that will be a big problem because we don't trust governments because there's a lot of corruption, and private sector are using people for their own businesses as usual, and we're displacing entire world and make them walk from their ways of life into something that is not making any solutions for them either. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you very much. I think the discussion we are having is certainly important, but I think one of the reasons why we are not seeing enough traction could be that there is a lot of shifting ground. If you think about it globally, all kinds of changes are happening, and probably what we need to do is to start asking the question, how does the conversation that happens here in the global partnership deal with those kinds of things? You heard what the OECD representative said when he said something like, countries are now counting what they give refugee and migrants in their own countries as ODA. Now, that kind of change of narrative without, in a way, affects this discussion, but we are not having the discussion around what is the role of migration and all these different things that are happening. What is the role of the crisis that is happening in the Middle East, and what does that mean for our work? So I guess there is that, but also the fact that we have all kinds of subtle resistance that is happening globally through the different countries where leaders are changing, and new leaders are coming. The US is now grappling with its own, and many others are. But yet that discussion seems to be very, very relevant for our own thinking about what we do. But it looks like what is happening now is that the political leaders are voting with their feet. They are not appearing in Nairobi. So here we are, we have 2 ministers out of how many countries? And they are the only people here. So how are we going to have a meaningful conversation when some are voting with their feet and others, we are keeping going on, hoping against hope that we are going to make, change happen. So I guess that is probably the elephant in the room that all of us don't want to touch.
Thank you. Christine?
Merci. Alors, moi aussi, je trouve que c'est très intéressant le dialogue que nous avons cet après-midi. Et moi, franchement, quand j'ai lu le titre de cet atelier, à savoir que nous pensons que nous allons, en faisant la promotion de la redevabilité mutuelle, aider et propulser le partenariat global et pour qu'on puisse atteindre les objectifs de développement durable, je me suis posé 2 questions. La première, c'est que, bien sûr, l'attention a été focalisée depuis un certain temps sur la société civile et c'est bon, dans la mesure où c'est toujours d'ailleurs un acteur qui est marginalisé dans certains pays et nous venons de voir encore et encore que l'espace citoyen se réduit considérablement. Mais la deuxième question que je me suis posée, c'est si on a épilogué sur le rôle de la société civile, est-ce que les gouvernements, et je parle des gouvernements d'Afrique, est-ce qu'on sait ce que les gouvernements pensent de leur rôle? Moi, je ne suis pas sûre. Ce que je vois, c'est que, les documents globaux décrivent les rôles des acteurs, mais je me demande, qu'est-ce que les gouvernements savent, pensent du rôle qui est le leur dans le développement de leur population? Est-ce que c'est simplement une affaire de chercher les meilleurs partenariats, de chercher des partenaires, des bailleurs qui vont leur donner de l'argent et puis on fait des réformes? Mais Jala dit tout à l'heure, bon, on vous dit faites des réformes financières, on les fait et puis on se dit, bon, on va avoir des financements, puis les financements ne viennent pas. Nous devrions peut-être effectivement, en même temps qu'on creuse la question de la société civile, nous, en tant que société civile du Sud, véritablement nous poser la question, engager le dialogue avec le gouvernement pour savoir un peu ce qu'ils pensent de leur rôle. Moi, je n'ai pas encore bien perçu cela, même quand on nous dit qu'il y a des mécanismes pluriacteurs, mais on n'évoque pas les problèmes politiques là. On évoque par exemple comment on va mettre en place un programme. Donc, pour me résumer, je pense que nous avons intérêt véritablement à écouter, à comprendre un petit peu quel est le rôle que nos gouvernements pensent qu'ils ont dans le développement de leur population.
Thank you very much, Christine. So, I got out of there alignment of civil society programs with government, lack of trust between the government and the people and vice versa. There's subtle resistance globally to all of this, that it's coming back to politics. Ministers are voting with their feet, or more or less voting with their sitting in their chairs and not moving. And we have at the end, what do governments actually think their role is and what do they think about us? So I'm going to give you each about 90 seconds to comment on some or all of that, and then Emily is going to draw all this together magically and come up with some coherent summary. So maybe we could start with you again, Joanna.
Okay. I'm thinking on the one hand of the importance to have realistic expectations, and that we've come a far way since Paris when it comes to changing agenda and including actors and making it a relevant agenda. So it's how to balance these expectations with implementing them. Having said that, of course, we are concerned with developments and where we stand. But I think it's important to have a positive outlook. I think it's really important to see that there are several positive examples and how to build on those examples. I think more than anything, we need champions. I think everybody needs to be a champion. So it's the responsibility of each and every one of us to see what can we do, how can we contribute and take that agenda forward. I think absolutely critical in that will be transparency as a basis for being engaged and creating an enabling environment. This is something that's a top priority for my government, and we're at present looking at with our C2C and look into the issue of how can we take this forward, how can we make it more concrete. And I think it's something we have to do all together. I know that people have been asked to send in their examples. Please do so that we can build on all the positive experiences that are out there. I think when it comes to thematic issues, we have to, the agenda is moving. So we have the core agenda from Paris, and there are so many things unleft that we haven't done still when it comes to harmonization. For us donors, harmonization, division of labor as a basis to take forward and create democratic ownership and go in and use systems, etc. So I think it's not losing what was there from the beginning while we push the agenda forward when it comes to the new commitments.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to share two thoughts. Thank you everybody who spoke from the floor for the interesting and thought-provoking comments. One is that I think it's clear that we, all the stakeholders in the partnership, we need to regain or gain, maybe we didn't have it in the beginning, the trust of citizens, of ordinary people around the world. And again, the opportunity, I think, to do that in partnership through, enhancing mutual accountability, transparency, is there. That if we're able to use this space and the multi-sectoral nature of it to all of us up our game, but also as a collective, we can really go a long way. But there's clearly a trust issue, not only between ourselves, but perhaps more importantly, from people on the ground, right? They're looking at civil society, they're looking at governments, they're looking at donors, and they're saying, what's going on? So a real challenge there, I think, and one that perhaps we can take on together to really make a difference and start delivering on the ground. Related to that, I think coming back to, our part, civil society, what do we have to do? One of the comments, the earlier comments, was around communicating. And it's a two-way, we can play a two-way role, right? We can communicate with people about these complex conversations, about how agendas are shifting, et cetera, and we have to do that in a way that is reachable for the majority of people. And that is something that I think very much falls on our plate. But we also need to make sure that we're representing the voice of citizens, of people who cannot be or don't want to be in these conversations. So to make sure that we're always bringing those interests and that voice to these tables, right? So it's a two-way role that we have to play, and I think we do play that role. I think it's very much part of the mission of most, if not all, organizations, definitely, that would be in a space like this. But is there room for improvement there? Probably, and this is something that we need to be looking at as well as civil society.
Thank you very much. I think Busan is about shared principles and differentiated commitments. And I would like to say that ownership is a prerequisite to alignment and harmonization. Like Victor Hugo used to say, l'esprit comme la nature a horreur du vide. If countries, within country, you don't have a multi-stakeholder leadership, and a country where at least ownership is not present to guide partners, it's going to be extremely difficult, because we know that without leadership at the country level, well, everybody is going to do what's most convenient for them. And this was the case in my country. And when we elaborated our strategy for implementing the Paris Declaration and the Busan commitments, donors got together and civil society also got together, and we all worked together under the leadership of the country. This is one example. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think I share most of the sentiments that have been expressed already, but I think the gentleman's comment around socializing this effective development cooperation principles is very important, because when you anchor this in the hearts of the citizens, then accountability comes naturally. We don't even, as CSOs, need to push it harder. They themselves will demand. But that means that we as CSOs really need to play our role in raising awareness, in building their capacity, and helping them indeed claim their rights. It is only through those elements, especially in the context of human rights-based approaches, where we put them, we empower them to be the main actors in terms of, and main actors and players in terms of ownership and country leadership, in terms of partnership, so that we don't just think that partnership is between CSOs, government, and private sector, but also partnership with citizens. And I think going forward, we really must look inwardly among ourselves and ask the question, how are we making citizens the active actors in all this? Lastly, I think, and based on what Richard just said, the need for mobilizing political leadership. I think, let's face it, since Mexico, the political interest in this is waning, and Nairobi clearly shows that. That apart from Sweden, that they're not um, in terms of the structure, we can't say that they're co-chairs or members of the steering committee, but they have that political commitment to come and participate despite all that. But those who have the real powers and who are represented even in the steering committees don't even dare show up. And I think we really need to start asking, even among the technocrats, how do we get our political leadership to buy into this agenda, to the extent that, well, they're able to support you when you make those, critical decisions that will get their heads on the chopping block, all that, so that it is only through that, because what we've said is this global partnership is really critical in the achievement, in helping to deliver the SDG agenda. And if the rest of the world is to say that we made a contribution, then we really must make it strong with sufficient political will to be able to deliver results. I think for me that's what I've done there.
Thank you very much, Major. So in 3 minutes, Emily, try and see if you can pull that together.
Thank you, Justine. Well, clearly, accountability to keep the commitments that have been made is a very key issue here. There's also the competing focus with the new global agenda that is creating the tension, but very, very clearly, the lack of political will. I think Joanna said politics matter, and certainly, as has been observed, the lack of high-level political presence here suggests to us that that there could be a risk that the agenda of a development cooperation may be losing its grip, and so that's quite important. And so it comes back to transparency and accountability. I think Major did talk about the need to debate, to have that honest debate of why things are not happening, but Madiba did also say that commitments are not enough, that we really need to go back and focus on country implementation, even if progress is slow. And I think the role of civil society becomes important. I think it was said also that Busan was about shared principles, but differentiated commitments, which comes back to the issue of ownership. And I think it has been suggested that socializing and the principles and commitments, the citizens need to know. And I think in capital letters, more people need to know, more people need to be involved. And perhaps we've been talking amongst ourselves and this hasn't quite filtered through. But clearly also the need to generate evidence does link to political accountability. And I think Major did raise also that we have produced these reports, but perhaps we're not focusing on what we're learning from those reports. So I guess in terms of universality of the development cooperation agenda, we've got to have people involved, we've got to bring back the political commitment, and also we've got to have everybody involved. I think Joanna did say all of us coming together, doing it together. But there was also a sense of worrying trend of the issue of ODA being used for other purposes, and what really is development cooperation all about and how we need to stabilize this. Thank you.
Well done, Emily. I couldn't have put it better myself. And so I'd like to ask you all to give a big hand to our panelists and to Joanna, who is left. And I hope you found that interesting and that somehow we're helping to move this debate along, and when we leave here tomorrow, we'll all have a sense of purpose about how we're going to make this agenda happen. Thank you all for your participation, and I think it's now coffee time. Thank you.
Check. Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2. Mike Shakatata. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yes. Sound check 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. 1. Check 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Hello. Check. Hii ni waya nini? Hii ni waya nini?
Ni ya right. Nataka kuweka hapa.
Hapana. Control ya lights pale chini tafadhali. Tafadhali.
Hiyo coordination
Shall we do this? Okay, please introduce me again. And all of you, please stand up and give me a standing ovation if you want me to do a good job. Okay, cue the voice guy. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the ringmaster, the wonderful, stupendous, heroic, magnificent Jason Runo! Oh my God, you're wonderful. You're wonderful. Thank you. Please have your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, bon après-midi et bienvenue ici Nairobi. Je m'appelle Jason Runo, and that is the only French I speak. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me indeed great pleasure to welcome you to Nairobi. My name is Jason Runo, and I am your ringmaster this afternoon. We actually ordered a ring, like we really did. But there was some miscommunication, and the guy thought we ordered an engagement ring. So please bear with us. I'm sorry. But anyway, the show must go on. So what is the goal of Get in the Ring? This is to connect startups globally to opportunities to grow. This takes place in more than 80 countries. Today we have 8 startups from Get in the Ring Nairobi, Road to Nairobi bus tour, Start Me Up Africa, which is an event in Amsterdam. Speaking of Amsterdam, I was talking to a cool friend of mine the other day. I was like, yo, what are you doing? Like, yeah, I'm just chilling. I was like, yo, I have this gig. It's so dope. It's so awesome. You're like, you want to come through? So like, yeah, why not? So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my friend, the Dutch Minister for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation. She is also the outgoing co-chair on Global Partnership. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Lilian Plumen. Karibu sana.
Dear Jason, dear friends, great to be here. Amsterdam is actually a very cool place to visit, and not because of the obvious reasons. You can actually also go to the movies, have a drink, and sit with friends. Great to see all of you here, and I'm really looking forward to what will happen in the ring with you, Jason, because 8 young entrepreneurs will come and pitch. And basically, they pitch their business plan and the business opportunity that they see. Now, we as a Dutch government, we feel that we need a bit more dynamite in the debates and the practice of development cooperation. Now, you have these large organizations who have been around for a very long time, sometimes called governments, and they are like oil tankers, but we need some speedboats. And so I'm told that these young entrepreneurs who will pitch will be the speedboats of the day. And I'm really looking forward to hear their ideas. And of course, we will watch them very closely and see if we can make some money out of them. So good luck to all of you.
Thank you very much. And once again, karibu to Nairobi. Just so that you know, today we have 8 startups that are here to pitch. And one of them from tonight will proceed to Singapore. Now, I am reliably informed that there's a huge shortage of ringmasters in Singapore, and I know one who's available, has a passport, will most probably be free, is totally available. So, guys, and I hear he's really awesome, so feel free to call me for suggestions. So, are the startups ready? So, what is going to happen, we're going to have 2 teams to battle on stage for each round. So what will happen is that they will have 1 minute, exactly 1 minute to introduce themselves, and then we'll have 4 rounds with 30 seconds each, to tell us about their team, their achievements, business model and market, financials proposition. The winner of each round will then will be decided by our jury members, who I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce. If we can give them a mic, please. You have exactly just 10 seconds. Tell us your name and just what you do. Real quick. 10, 9, okay, I'm kidding.
Good evening. My name is Henry Kilonzo from Kenya. I work for Safaricom and M-Pesa Foundations. Welcome
a round of
to
applause,
Kenya.
ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Anna Hoynatska, and I'm one of the founders of the 1% Club, which was originally a Dutch foundation, but we are currently a social enterprise, and also just make the shift from being a startup to a scale-up,
Wow.
so which I'm really happy about.
Welcome.
Paul Kehi is my name. I'm a board member of the Junior Achievement Kenya, and I also a financial services consultant, and just starting a microfinance.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. So those are our champion jury members. We'll be deciding the winners tonight. But also, I have something else called the audience vote. Basically, I supplied you, because I'm a nice guy, I was feeling generous, I gave you 2 glow sticks. Well, this is not for the after party. Yeah, but I mean, we can keep them for the after party. But you have 1 red glow stick and you have 1 blue. So what you need to do is, when we ask for the audience vote, is that you wave the one that you think did well. Can we practice? Give me a red. Red, you got a red, you got a red. Can I see your red? Give me some red. Now, show me some, okay, mine is blue. Come on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? I would like to introduce the battle number 1. We have Kakua and Kazi Technologies. If they may proceed here, please, quick. Yeah, a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, in the red corner, introducing Kakua! And in the blue corner, weighing 10 kilos, Kazi Technologies! Are you ready to rumble? So you know the rules. You have 1 minute for introductions, and then you have 30 seconds for team, achievements, business model, market, financials, and propositions. So we shall start with the red corner. Please, introductions, 1 minute. Yeah, you need a microphone, that's very important.
All right. There are 500 million smallholder farmers in Africa facing the same problem every year. And you all face this problem as well. It is climate change. But what is making it worse is that there are not really many things monitoring climate change, and also not helping farmers to tell them how they're supposed to deal with this situation. So this has been mainly caused by expensive equipment and lack of maintenance of existing weather stations. We, Kukua, have come with a solution. My name is Ollie Smink, and together with our company, we have invented a solar-powered weather monitoring station. And this is just the communication module. We use this to collect weather data and send it over the mobile network to be able to process the data into forecasts and other types of data to be able to sell to large corporations and then share to smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Kazi Technologies, please. Okay, you can use this one.
Hello everyone. My name is Carl Peter and I'm from United States of Uganda. On a serious note though, in Uganda, 80% of the population is employed in agriculture, and up to 64% are either poor or vulnerable to poverty. This means 90% of these poor people are farmers. I know about poverty, believe me. My father could not afford to pay me in high school. There are times we could go home, or we could go hungry without food. When I reached the university, we built a product. You know, the biggest challenge to this is that access to finance is so hard for agriculture. My father could not afford to pay us in the university because of the same problem. What we as Kazikop Technologies have done is this. We have devised a new means of formulating a way how farmers can access finance because banks demand a lot of collateral. With my company, we have devised a mean in that farmers put in their financial records into the system, then we be able to, with an artificial intelligence program, tell if this farm is investable. And we use the local communities and the circle groups to raise funds for agriculture. The second biggest challenge is access to finance. We have created this online platform where farmers can sell all their produce online. Like in northern Uganda, a bucket of mangoes costs around 1,000 shillings. But if you come to Kampala, this same bucket costs 15,000 shillings. With the technologies we have built, these farmers can now be able to sell their produce at relatively high price and get a reliable income in their pockets. And that is what we're bringing on the table today, not just weather. Yes.
Thank you. So we've all had experiences preparing for presentations, and you know, as part of the team, we always got the pretty ones to come and make the presentation, okay? So in 30 seconds, please tell us about the non-pretty members of your team.
We have a strong...
Tell us about your team, sorry. 30 seconds.
We have a strong team of 5 members. Our CEO is highly experienced with 10 years in the finance industry in the UK and 15 years doing strategic investments for a multinational corporation here in Africa, mainly in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We also have a software engineer who's developed a really strong software platform to process thousands of weather stations data on a continuous basis. Besides that, we have a board of advisors consisting of meteorology, a startup, and telecommunications experts. And myself have started a business in electronics with my father, and that's how we created this product.
30 seconds, your time is up.
Okay, in my team I have about 32 people, most of them employees. My CTO, let's start with that one. He has 4 years of working experience in Visa corporations, I'm sure most of you know that. My CFO has 10 years experience working in Wall Street, 5 years experience working in Standard Chartered Bank as a manager, and he's responsible for creating policies in the government of Uganda. And me, myself, I'm just 22 years old, and I've created this company to create a big impact, and I was awarded my bachelor's degree in the second year after I presented my paper on artificial intelligence. Yes.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. So now you have 30 seconds. Please tell us about your achievements.
So since we started 2 years ago, we've managed to secure a grant from the European Union of 100,000 to do a pilot project, which was successful, of 80 units across Nigeria and Tanzania. We moved on from then to set up a large-scale partnership with the IITA, the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, who are our on-ground partner in every country. We've done a partnership with tower companies in every country as well, so we have a safe place to host our weather stations. And since then, we've got a letter of intent from many different companies wanting to buy our data once it's ready. Thank you.
On achievements, we're just 8 months in operation. But to date, we have about 500 farmers who are on our platform. We've been recognized 12 times for the best innovation in Africa. And currently, we have generated up to $100,000 in investments. This is from both local and international agencies who have seen the passion and the need to invest in this sector so that we can create more employment and uplift people from poverty from where I come from.
In 30 seconds, let's hear about your business model and your market.
What we do is we collect weather data, as you've seen. We use that data to process it into, for example, forecasts, which are very useful for, think of commodity traders or multinationals sourcing in Africa. We sell our data at around $90 per forecast per month per station, and even up to $450 for just the raw data. With this data, they're able to do many things such as planning. And our business model is based on that. We have a market size of around $200 million across Africa, and we hope to take...
Our business model is simple. We call it the social business model, where we first focus onto the problem. That's why all our technologies and our inputs, we give it to them, to farmers, at a cost of no money required in the beginning. That gives us an opportunity to work with these farmers and develop them. At the end of it, the money and the profits they make from the agricultural production, we only get 5% of this. So with this, we are generating about $12,000 per month in revenues. And our business model makes,
Financials and propositions.
We want to move from 80 weather stations now to 5,000 weather stations in the next 5 years. With these weather stations, we look to create revenues of 3 million in the third year and 5 million in the fourth year. At the moment, we just require an investment of $2 million to get this main growth started. And we hope to move to Kenya because we think it's a beautiful place and a lot of talent is here. So thank you, and we hope that you can really invest in us.
Our financials, simple. $12,000 is what we make a month. Right now, we're looking for 100,000 to scale up our operations, to move from the currently 500 farmers to up to 500,000 farmers in the next 2 years. And with this kind of investment, we're looking for it in venture capitalism and equity financing. And we shall be able to pay back this money. I'm saying returns on investment, we should be expecting it in the half of the second year. With this money, we shall be able to scale up our operations and expand to the rest of Uganda, because currently we're only operating in where I come from, where I see the problem. And we hope after that we can expand to the rest of East Africa.
Your time is up. So, ladies and gentlemen, by a show of your glow sticks, is it going to be the blue corner or the red corner? Which one were you? Oh, okay. Red. He's red, I'm kidding. Red and blue. Okay, let's make it simple. Let me see your glow sticks. If you could dim the lights, please. Okay, I'll move over to the judges and I'll give them an opportunity to ask a question. I'd just like to remind you at this point that the judges' decision is final. Let me have the microphone, please.
Testing.
Oh, you have microphone?
Yeah, testing. My question goes to Kazi Coptech. Is the platform able to operate on a simple phone, a basic phone?
Yes, that's what I said. Our technology exists on a USSD and a mobile smartphone application. All right? So that's how we reach our farmers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My question is to Kukua. You defined your market size as $200 million. Explain that in more detail.
So we've done a couple of different things. One is based on what the weather market is like in other places where it's more developed, for example, the US, and done a direct comparison with GDP. And there's other things such as the number of agricultural businesses in the market at the moment.
So, is it going to be the guy who wanted to be a weatherman on TV but failed auditions miserably, or the guy who's passionate about farmers? Judges, you have exactly 30 seconds to make your decision. And just to remind you, this battle one is the agribusiness category, and then battle number 2 will be on health and well-being. I would like to ask the participants to kindly get ready. In the meantime, we'll just stand here, look pretty. Feel free to take pictures for your social media. You can tag me, I'm at Jason Bruno. That's like the French Bruno without the B. Just Jason Bruno. Jason, like July, August, September, October, November, and then Bruno. Yeah, on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter. A round of applause for the cute guy who brings the... Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the judges' confused decision is here. After deliberation, they have decided the winner for the agribusiness battle. And the winner is Kukua! A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, shake hands. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to battle number 2. This is in the health and well-being battle. And let's give a round of applause for our contestants today. We have Sanivation in the red corner and we have Insight Mobile Imaging. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Okay, we have 1 minute each for introduction, and then you have 30 seconds to introduce your team, your achievements, your business model and market, financials and proposition. I will obviously let the lady go first in the blue corner. Insight Mobile Imaging.
Good afternoon. My name is Candice Mbaita and I'm from Zimbabwe. I am Managing Director and co-founder of Insight Mobile Imaging. Health service provision in Zimbabwe has been facing a very difficult time. Lots of people have died because of the lack of medical imaging services. I have personally lost my father and my younger brother because their diagnosis was made late and their treatment could not be effective. And because of that, I have come up with this concept of taking the medical imaging service mobile. Forget cell phones for a minute and just go back to the basic definition of mobile. We are going to the people, taking the service to the people, so people don't have to travel a long distance into the major cities to get this service. Thank you.
Please.
My name is Dixon from Sanivation. Sanivation stands for Sanitation and Innovation. And towns and cities across Africa, with Kenya included, are facing a major sanitation crisis. Every day, 4,000 children die because they lack access to a simple thing like a toilet. In Kenya alone, 7 out of 10 Kenyans living in the urban towns lack access to a toilet. And still the 90% of the waste collected from the existing toilets only do not end up to the environment untreated. This is a problem because people do not have money to dig pit latrines and the government do not have money to connect the people to the sewer system. We come in as Sanivation. We've developed a cost-effective system for the cities whereby we install toilets in people's homes for free, and we just charge them a small monthly fee, going about collecting the fecal matter from their houses and return it into charcoal fuel that again we can sell to the communities.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, 30 seconds each. Tell us about your team.
All right. I have a team of 5 people. 2 directors and myself and my co-founder. We have together 25 years experience in radiography and medical imaging. We're also supported by a team of locum or part-time radiographers. We have a part-time accountant and we have a chartered accountant as a financial advisor. Thank you.
Sanitation is led by a team of energy, business, and sanitation professional. Our CEO, Andrew Foote, has worked in 7 different countries, and before that, he was leading an impact investment program. Our Chief Technical Officer, Emily Woods, was recognized in Forbes 30 Under 30. I'm in charge of government relations and have a huge passion in working with the community and connecting to our local partners and customers.
Thank you. Just to mention, I forgot to say this in the introduction, I was voted Time Person of the Year 2006. I dare you, Google it. Let's move on to achievements.
All right. My company has only been in the running 6 months now, and financially, yes, we've got a number of paying customers, but our greatest achievement is when we see patients having a better prognosis and basically not losing their lives. As I speak, there's a baby that we managed to diagnose before birth. That baby went straight for surgery, and today that baby is healthy. So those are our achievements.
It's just amazing to see what we've achieved in a period of just 2 years with our new innovation. We've received over 900 in payments, sold over 25 tons in fuel made out of human feces, and we've been able to build an entire waste processing process and trained service providers and be able to get endorsement and certifications from the relevant government authorities. And our work does not stop there. For every ton we sell, we save 88 trees. So already we've saved 2,400
Time
trees.
is up. Let's quickly discuss your business model and market.
Okay. We are running using a service revenue collection business model. For every scan or x-ray that a patient receives, they pay a fee. However, our prices are 30 to 50% less than the static units in the cities. And yet patients don't have to travel, so they've got that cost cut out. We've also got plans in place to collect revenue from government.
Yes, please proceed.
It costs about $15 to $150 to $300 to put a pit latrine that will fill in years to come, and then you have to look for space to build another one. We are giving sanitation and toilets a different feeling, whereby we are introducing a toilet subscription model, which people pay at $6 monthly, and they don't have to worry about their shit. We take the risk of the shit, and we not only collect it, but we turn it into fuel that again we sell to community, small businesses, and give us a second revenue stream. We are looking at convincing landlords.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Let's talk about your financials and your proposition.
Okay. Our financials, like I said, we have already got paying customers. We have made approximately 5,000 a month so far since starting, and that is set to increase as we cover a larger area. Proposition, we are asking for 475,000 United States dollars for the purchase of a dedicated X-ray vehicle, as well as 2 more ultrasound machines, so that we are able to reach more people and save more lives.
Well, our work has just made us realize that we are sitting on a gold mine, and we can actually make money out of human feces, and at the same time be the government preferred sanitation providers. So what we are doing right now, we are looking at surpassing our gross margins by 2017 and be able to secure contracts from municipalities. We are looking for partners that are here who want to partner with us to reach their areas in terms of providing sanitation to their cities. And we are also looking for working capital that can enable us cross that bridge of gross margins.
Thank you. As the judges deliberate, I would like to see your vote. Let me see your vote. Yeah, thank you. Let's see those votes. Okay, is it going to be the guy who gives about your, or is it going to be the lady who's passionate about imaging? Judges, over to you if you have any questions. Champion jury, any questions for the guys on stage? Yeah, please go ahead.
So I was wondering, how do the people in those remote areas know you exist?
Okay, so far we've been speaking to health professionals in the area, if it's a community clinic or a district hospital. So they're also letting their patients know that we do exist, and if there's any need, they come to us.
Yes, please.
Sanitation.
Sanivation.
Sanivation.
Thank you.
Are you only in urban areas or you're also in rural areas?
So we are focused in peri and urban areas because we feel that is the area that, that is not given much focus.
Okay, I'd like some background music as the judges deliberate. We're going to teach you a dance. This is a dance that is performed in... No, I'm kidding. No, seriously, I'm kidding. Judges, you have exactly 30 seconds. Okay, seeing that the music is here, I'll teach you how to do what we call the... What is this? I'm sure all the Africans here will relate. This is called the Azonto, all the way from Ghana. Do we have any Ghanaians in the house? Akwaba. Any Nigerians in the house? My Nigerian people, are you here? Can we see Ashoki? I could do this all day, but you know, we're here to battle. Ladies and gentlemen, in the health and well-being battle, the judges have decided, and the winner is Salivation! Congratulations. Moving on to battle number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is the water and energy battle. We have Starlight in the red corner and Fuzo in the blue corner. Corner, and we have Uzo in the blue corner. Very quickly, 1 minute for introductions. You each get 1 minute and 30 seconds each. Tell us about your team, achievements, business model, market, financials, and proposition. Of course, we will go with the ladies first. There's a microphone right there for you, my lady. Here you go. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm Ariane Muringa, co-founder of Starlight. Do you know that 78% of Rwandan population has not access to electricity? Do you know that to own a simple mobile phone is a big challenge to them because for recharging a mobile phone, they have to travel 2 to 12 kilometers to reach the charging station where they pay at least $30 per month. I grew up in a such community and I know the pain. I know the pain of not being able to revise my studies during night and using a kerosene lamp for revising my studies. This is why I came up with Starlight, to help off-grid population by providing them solar products, such as solar mobile chargers, solar lamp, and solar bag, that are made in Rwanda, cheap and accessible to everyone. These are made using 3D printers and milling machine, and guess what? We are the only manufacturer of such products in Rwanda. Thank you.
Fuzo?
Wouldn't it be nice if you could order something online and have it delivered to your doorstep within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, depending where you live? Wouldn't it be nice to not spend hours in traffic going to the supermarket, coming back, all that time wasted? Fuzo is looking to change that. Fuzo is a web and smartphone app that allows businesses to outsource all of their deliveries. What we're looking to do is we're looking to transform Kenya and developing countries around the world. By crowdsourcing the platform, we can rapidly scale. So businesses that have hundreds of deliveries can come to us and we can find the people to deliver them. Already we've talked to some of the biggest companies in Kenya and we've only been going for 8 weeks. So far, we're very happy. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Please tell us about your team.
Our team is made of 7 electronics and mechanical engineers who have experience in design, quality control, and production from US and India big companies such as SolarWorld and Allion Engineering Services. And we came together to bring clean and accessible energy solution to off-grid population, not only in Rwanda, but also in our neighboring countries like Congo, Burundi, Tanzania, and so on. Thank you.
And Kenya, of course.
Fuzo is an international team. Fuzo is built in Norway by some of the best developers in Norway, being voted. I'm a serial entrepreneur. The founder himself is also from Denmark, and he's a serial entrepreneur. I have 11 years in the industry, starting my own business at the age of 11, having successful businesses, and recently sold one in the UK. We have people on the ground here in Kenya. We're a small team. We have roughly 3 people, but those 3 people are little superstars, from the logistics to the marketing manager. All round, we are
Achievements, please.
So our biggest achievement from February when we started, we have been able to design and make such good prototype, and we won an international competition organized by the Global Innovation through Science and Technology, and we have been able to reach a number of people in rural areas, and we continue to get a great feedback from them.
Fuzo so far has been going for 8 weeks. We've already talked to some of the largest companies in Kenya, such as Posta, who have over 50 million deliveries. They're looking to come to us to outsource some of their deliveries. We've also been voted one of the top 1 in 50 new startups in Norway to watch. We've been on numerous television shows, numerous magazines, and we have a platform that works, and we're already generating an income.
Your business model and your market.
Our main target customers are NGOs in charge of refugees and rural population in Rwanda and in our neighboring country like Congo, where 91% of its whole population is off-grid. So with 150 solar chargers and 150 solar lamps produced per day, we'll be able to make at least 55,000 cells, corresponding to $820,000 US per year.
In exactly 2 years, 2018, the Kenyan logistics market will be valued at $50 billion. In 2013, 2 years ago, it was 8 billion. So it's growing by 42 billion already. Kenya is just scratching the surface when it comes to logistics and how we move things. That's really it.
And finally, your financials and propositions. Yes, please go first.
Okay. About financials, we have been able to reach a few from our customers, and we really need to end the use of kerosene lamps in our communities and be able to satisfy our customers. So we are looking for 60,000 US dollars to be able to have a bigger machine that will help us to scale up our production from 5 products to 150 products. Thank you.
So far, Fuzo has invested roughly $150,000 into the application and building the application. Today, we're looking for $500,000 to continue developing the application and then to scale into the region and other parts of the world. We're also looking for business partners to partner up with who have regular deliveries. So anyone in the audience who might think that we can help, please approach me towards the end and I'll happily tell you how we can help you grow your business and you can help us grow at the same time.
Over to you, champion jury. Any questions?
So I was wondering, it's really amazing if everybody can order their stuff. How do you, if the amount of cars and so, will increase, also will the pollution, etc. Do we have a plan for that as well?
In places such as Nairobi, where it's really congested, obviously we're focusing on the motorbikes. So that's the fastest way to get around from B to B, from clients. So working with customers like Jumia, working with customers like the poster, we want to transform how people send letters. So you can print off directly from your office computer, put it onto the computer, put it onto the label, and have a bike come pick it up through the application and then drop it off at the depot. So the cars will be on Mombasa Road in this case, and they'll be able to go down to Mombasa, all the way down to Mombasa.
Thank you, Starlight. What is the battery life of the lamp that you are holding, and what is the cost of the lamp that you are holding?
The cost of this lamp is $10 US. Yeah.
The battery life after charging, how long does it last?
Okay. How it works? You put it under the sun like for 2 hours, and the battery is fully charged. And about the battery life, to have like 5 years, 10 years, yeah. To have long life, yeah.
Okay, question from you, Paul.
Quick question for Starlit. How many products are you selling per month at the moment? And what's your view in terms of competition in case other producers come to the market?
So we have been able, we are a fresh startup. We started in this Feb, and we have been able to sell about 200. Yeah, we have been able to sell about 200 of our products.
How will you compete against any other producers?
So by now, I might say that our competitors are those imported products from China. But about our business, we are selling the why we are making this. And we are trying to make it cheap and accessible to everyone, so that everyone in rural areas can afford this. We are trying to eliminate the use of kerosene lamp, and so that they may start using this proper light. Yeah.
Thank you. How do you guys vote? What do you guys think? Let me see your glow sticks. I see some blue there, I see some red. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite, as the judges are making the decision, any press members, please come here. All the guys from the press, the guys to take pictures. All the cameramen, please. Still pictures. Yeah? Okay, just, I'll give you time to take pictures of the ringmaster. Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity. Here, so you like me here? Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so should I move here? Okay, please make sure I'm in tomorrow's papers. you. Thank you. Are they all perfect? The pictures, are they perfect? Okay, look out for tomorrow's papers, I'll be there. Judges, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the battle in the category of water and energy. Give it up for Fuzo! Congratulations, guys, on a job well done. Okay, let's get the guys from Manyata Red and Supermom, all from Kenya. In the red corner, this is Manyata Red, and we have Supermom Kenya. Thank you for being here. This is Battle 4, and this is the category of city life. Sorry. We have Manyata Rent in the red corner, and we have Supermoms Kenya in the blue corner. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay, by now you know the drill. You have exactly 1 minute to introduce yourself, and then we have 30 seconds each for battle rounds, for team, achievements, business model, market, financials, and propositions. I will let the Supermoms go first. Oh, you're a mom. Yeah? No, I'm kidding. Okay, let's start with the blue corner. Supermoms, 1 minute, introduce yourselves.
Hello everyone, my name is Prince Murakuri from Supermom Kenya. Now, last mile distribution is a very big problem for manufacturers and retailers in Kenya. Their products are not able to reach the final consumers in rural areas, mostly because of infrastructure problems and the low income situation in those places. Therefore, people in these places are not able to access essential everyday products, either because they are not available there or they have to walk such long distances to get there. 54% of women in these rural areas are unemployed, and the rate rises to 70% among married women. And that's where Supermom comes in. We partner with manufacturers of various commodities, buy from them in large scale at cheap prices. Then we go to marginalized places, carefully select and train women on how to sell these companies' products, and therefore turn them into an effective sales force by them selling among their neighbors and friends. This way, a company's product is able to reach the last mile, and the women are able to generate an income for themselves and alleviate themselves from low income and poverty. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Steven from Manyata Rent. Manyata Rent is a product that enables you as a tenant to be making your rent payment from our portal. And each payment you get a receipt that is automated. This will save the property owner the cost of having to have papers and set up printers. We also have another value proposition that we deliver to you as a property owner. You are able to post your vacant properties to our websites, and and from there your property will have a high occupancy. So with this, we also provide tenant screening, such that you are able to know the tenant coming in your property. He is not a thief. He is able to pay the particular amount of rent that is set for that particular property.
Tell us about your team, 30 seconds. We'll start with Supermoms.
So we have a very vibrant team of 4 young and very vibrant, passionate entrepreneurs. Our CEO and founder, Ifra Mohammed, was born and raised up in Garissa, Kenya, in northeastern, and therefore she experienced firsthand as she was growing the problems of last mile distribution, therefore the need to found our company. Then we have me, who has a finance background. I'm the head of finance administration in Supermom. We have our business administrator, who has a background in legal affairs. She's in charge of forming partnerships with these companies that are mutually beneficial. Finally, we have a lady on the ground who follows up on our projects and makes sure that they monitor to make sure the moms are selling. Thank you.
Your time is up.
So our team is comprised of me. I've been in development of companies that are multinational, including Airtel, Unilever. I also founded the first hailing app that is My Taxi that went on to be recognized by Safaricom in 2013 as the best app then. My other co-founder is a genius when it comes to property management. He has been managing property for the past 7 years and is the best property manager in Naivasha. So our team is lean, but we...
Thank you. Let's move quickly to your achievements.
So we are young, we've been in operation for only 1 year, but in that 1 year we have a successful team of 20 supermoms who are in the network, and we are currently training 30. Now we're very proud to tell you that among the 20 supermoms in our networks, their income has more than doubled from earning less than $1 a day to $1.80. That's amazing, right? Also, we were among the 12 African finalists for the prestigious Anzisha competitions, and we also won the UNCTAD Young Entrepreneur of the Year competition 2016.
So Manyata has been bootstrapping for the past 6 months, and we have developed a product that has been enabled us to be revenue making for the last 3 months with over 2,000 paying tenants. This means that we are revenue generating. We are also one of the apps that have been chosen by Google to launch in the Google Launchpad, meaning that we'll be having the best in product development and the best mentors when it comes to the general business.
Your time is up. Let's talk about your business model and market.
So our business model is very simple. Here's what we do. We go to manufacturers who are able to sell to us their products at high discounts because we are offering them access to new markets, and we are also offering them a way of distributing. We then go to the marginalized places, add our own small commission, and are still able to sell these commodities to the women there at prices that are more competitive than the retailers. The women add another commission of their own, usually around 20%, and then finally sell to the final people. So the manufacturer is happy, we're happy, the women are happy.
So our revenue model... Yeah. Our revenue model is quite simple. We get 2% of the transaction that go through our platform. And also the market is quite big. This is a market where we have 3 million tenants paying an average of 10K per month. From that, majorly property agents are not able to get this market because of the cost associated with setting up an office. But for Manyata Rent, we are able to set up from here and manage property all around Kenya.
Let's talk about your financials and your propositions.
So with the 20 women that we're working with in northeastern Kenya, we invested capital of 5,000 USD, and from that we're able to generate sales revenue of 7,500 US dollars. We're looking to expand further into other marginalized places in Kenya and even Africa at large in the long run. If you're a manufacturer or a retailer in the house, we wish to partner with you. Supermom can offer you access to new markets. We also wish to raise 50,000 US dollars to help us buy in large scale and cut down our distribution costs and also make it easier to train the moms.
So for Manyata Rent, we are looking at a 100K investment. This will enable us to develop the product, and as well we'll be able to advertise in the newspapers where we can be able to meet a typical Kenyan property owner. And another thing, we'll be going to the property as in development of the product as it is. We've been able to be revenue making. We are making about 150K per month, but this is not enough to scale to the levels that we want. Thank you.
We come over to you, our champion jury. Do you have any questions? Yes, please go ahead.
I have a question for Supermoms.
Yeah.
So what kind of companies are you already working with?
Pardon?
What kind of companies are you already working with?
We're working with manufacturers of everyday products and also everyday consumer products, that is, and also manufacturers of essential life products. We have Grincha, who produce cheap energy that is available to be used there. We also have another company that produces solar lamps that we have been partnering with, and we're doing the solar lamps in Garissa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is for Manyatta Rent. You said you do tenant screening. How do you go about that?
So we are able to obtain APIs from CRBs so that we know if the tenant has a insurance balance, we know that this guy can't go to a 100K apartment. So we provide all that data. And also we provide positive credit information to the CRBs so that if you are paying rent continuously, you are getting a positive credit to the CRBs.
Any other question? Okay, guys, let's see what you think. Let's get the audience vote. What do you guys think? Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to also remind you all that when they asked me to host this, I was generous enough to give drinks as well. So after this, there's drinks on me. Yeah, this is you guys, I love the way you're excited about the drinks. So I'll do this again. After this, there's drinks on me. Yeah? So you all know, for those of you who are in business, that your network is your net worth. So this is an opportunity for you to network and also get to interact with the people who've been in the ring, okay? So it'll be right here in the balcony. I have minions all over who will direct you. So just ask. Welcome. Judges, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, in the City Life battle, the City Life battle goes to Supermoms! Congratulations! Take this opportunity to invite back all our winners from all the battles. Please come back onto the ring so that we can go to the final round. A round of applause for them for a job well done. So one of you has a chance to travel to Singapore with the ringmaster, of course. Thank you. So you have 30 seconds. I hope judges, you're ready. Audience, are you ready? Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So you have 30 seconds.
Yes.
To tell us why you think your impact is the biggest than all the others.
So we're Africa-wide. For the 5,000 weather stations that we can install, we can impact 1,000 smallholder farmers per weather station, which means 5 million smallholder farmers in total. And we will be giving them all access to free data and forecasts. In return, we will be providing a smartphone application and also a mobile SMS service. And with the smartphone application, we'll be able to get in advertising revenue. On the side of that, smallholder farmers can increase their yields by up to 80% using weather forecasts.
Up. Over to you, Sunnivations.
How do you think the world will look if we will be able to capture everyone poops here, including yours, and turn it into charcoal briquettes that people can cook and save trees? How do you think, and what about saving the lives of those kids dying every day and giving dignity to those families that have to go in pain squatting in dirty pit latrines? I think if you come on board and you make that dream become a reality, the world is going to change.
In every country that we plan to go to, Fuso is looking to empower the local people. We're looking to get people off the streets and I give them the opportunity to get onto the platform and start working for their own country. For the businesses, they'll be paying directly to the people who are working for them. So we're looking to help thousands of people around the world, not just here in Kenya. And a border driver here in Nairobi might earn 600 shillings with Fuso, he can make double that. And in Kenya, that smaller bit of money to us is an incredible life-changing amount for them. Thank you.
Supermom not only improves the financial situation of manufacturers and us as the company, but it directly impacts the lives of women living in marginalized communities. Supermom helps us achieve the first 5 SDGs. Women are able to alleviate poverty. They have money to take their children to better schools. They have money to access better nutrition. They have money to build a better future generation. Thank you.
Okay, how you guys feeling?
Good.
Feeling good? Confident? Yeah? Nervous? A bit jittery? We will find out the final result in a minute. In the meantime, I would like to invite Joachim Koppen, who, when he's not bringing me the results as my assistant, yeah, he's the guy, you know, I send around. He is the global director for Get in the Ring Foundation. Welcome. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Jumbo.
Hey, Jumbo. I taught him that.
I had to say it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joachim Kuppe. I'm director of the Get in the Ring Foundation, and I'm very happy to be here today in Nairobi. Been enjoying it so far, been enjoying the pitches here, and hope that you did as well. I know that you're all anxious to see who won today's edition. I know that you want to go to the networking drink, so I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to say 3 things that are important for me regarding Get in the Ring. The first thing is, what you see here today on stage is a battle, is a competition. But that is not all what Get in the Ring is doing. We're a global community of startups, startup enthusiasts, investors, business leaders that all aim to support startup companies in realizing their dreams. It's as simple as that, and I put a lot of effort in it with my team, and I hope that you here join this ambition. And you're very much invited, obviously, to talk with me after the event, how you can do that. The second thing is, in a competition, the winner takes all. But for Get in the Ring, it's important that all startups benefit from their participation. They get training during daytime, but I also hope that the 8 startups that are here on stage, that have the guts to pitch here, that put a lot of effort in building these companies, grasp your attention today. And that if you have a little bit of time, money, or anything available that can help them to get to the next stage, connect with them at the drinks and help them to realize again their ambitions. Third, realizing these events needs people. It needs you, the audience, it needs great startups, it needs a fantastic jury here today, and partners like NIC Bank, Junior Achievement Kenya, who did a lot of the organization, my own team. And I know I said that we are looking for global ringmasters.
Clap for me in advance.
No decision yet. He still has to prove himself. Anyway, I want a big round of applause for all of you, for the partners, for the jury members, the startups. As a final conclusion, before we go to the winner, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you join Get in the Ring in the future. And I want to see you all at the drinks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the final decision. Can I get a drum roll, please? Or in the meantime, this one, I know this guy's drum roll. Yes, ma'am. I'll call you back. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, and the final winner for Get in the Ring. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. All the guy who's buying you drinks after this. So see you there. Thank you. Merci. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The networking session will be at the terrace. It will be at the terrace.
What kind of cheese? What type of cheese? Away. Away. Cheese. Away. How type of cheese? I chokuta, 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 I chokuta. What kind of cheese? What type of cheese? What kind of cheese? What type of cheese? I chokuta. I chukucha, oyuyuya, I chukucha, oyuyuya, I chukucha, oyuyuya, I chukucha, 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 I chukucha.
Yo, tuko.
1, 2.
Quem que ongea? Ah, we.
Muziki inacheza.
Sinajua uende kutumia. Ah.
Ameconnect tena, hebu jaribu.
Jaribu tena. Sio mbili unaenda kulala.
Ni cable, hii ni cable.
Ngoja tu hapo nijaribu tena.
Cable ndio. Mzee anatuingiza. Kumbe ni kwa ile ya pasho. Big Factory, kampuni ya zamani.
Napeleka wapi? Napeleka wapi?
Wewe ni mjinga.
development in the SDGs. It has been mentioned in also the Addis Ababa Action Plan and also in the GPDC documents. I think we are all convinced that of the contribution that South-South cooperation makes, including to Africa's development plan, Agenda 2063. However, one discussion that is always hard to have and is what about the accountability of the South-South cooperation in statements that they do not accept the global partnership, the GPDC, as the platform for accountability of South-South cooperation, and they do not see themselves and their cooperation being discussed in this forum. However, Africans, the recipients of most of development cooperation, including South-South cooperation, still want to have a dialogue with these important partners and to see how this is going and if it can be improved and what type of accountability should be in place for South-South cooperation if it's not going to be in the GPDC. So we have organized this 45 minutes session to discuss this topic. As you can see, we have a nice spread and variety of partners from both Africa as well as from the South-South cooperation providers. We have representatives of governments, of regional organizations, civil society from Africa and Southern providers. I will introduce each of them one by one, and we want this to be a very interactive, lively, and interesting discussion. So we're not going to have long speeches. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask all the different panelists to provide some opening remarks, 3 to 5 minutes on the topic and their views from their countries and their constituencies, and then allow time from the audience to pose questions to the panelists and have this open, candid debate. So that's the modality that we're going to take in this discussion. So to kick us off, we're going to start with my friend from IGAD, one of the regional organizations of Africa, Dr. Saif Abdel Ram, which has, I understand, also has worked for other regional organizations, African Development Bank, originally from Sudan, yes? So to maybe put in perspective, Africa obviously has a development plan, a clear development plan articulated in Agenda 2063, and before that in the NEPAD. What do you think is the contribution that specifically South-South cooperation providers can provide to Africa's development, which is distinctive and different from traditional donors?
Thank you very much. I think this is a very fundamental question that we are looking for. And actually, if we want to just simply to look what's the difference that South-South can provide, it's important to look for the history of the last 3 decades in the continent. If you look to the end of 70s and early 80s, we have the structural adjustment programs, which was engineered by the World Bank and all the Bretton Woods institution as part of all this. And what has happened in that, what we call it in Africa, is the lost decade of Africa. 1980s was just a lost decade in Africa. In some countries, actually, it was growing negatively. In 1990s, things has started changing, and that's not changing only because there is a huge official development assistance from ODA, but also the South-South cooperation has started to take shape from a political discourse towards a developmental discourse. And this is what's the fundamental change that we believe South-South cooperation has completely changed the rule of the game with the international players in the development assistance. And that's why when you look to the early 80s, the recent growth that we are experiencing in the continents, it is imperative that we can say the South-South cooperation, the huge support that we received from this, it is working. And this is also very simply can explain why the official development doesn't work. And I think that is a fundamental question for us to see how this partnership we can push it towards, how we can put a framework where we can see. We have seen in the development arena that project approach was during 1960s and 70s was the major model of a cutting edge of development. But in the project approach under the global partnership was not working very well. However, when you look now, the same project approach, which is initiated by South-South cooperation, is working in most of the developing countries. Particularly, the countries are putting infrastructure in place, and you will see. So for us, we don't want to focus very much in figures. We want to focus on result, and the result is very clear. It's seen by the people.
If you could pass on to Turkey. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from an emerging provider, or actually southern provider. I know there's a lot of debate how to classify Turkey, and in fact that's going to be the beginning of my question. So I've heard, obviously we know that Turkey is a member of the OECD, but it also calls itself a southern provider. It calls it an emerging provider, different. So I would like to know from my colleague from TICA, the Turkish International Cooperation Agency, Yasmin Kurt, how does Turkey see itself, its position in the international development landscape? Is it part of the North or is it part of the South? Okay. And then is it, if the South has been talking a lot about CBDR and in the Busan Common but Differential Responsibilities commitments, what are these specific differential commitments that Southern partners should have? Are they expected to fulfill, if they're not expected to fulfill the same responsibilities as Northern traditional donors, then what specifically are the expectations on the Global South?
Thank you for your question. Actually, I should start with this emerging donor thing. This is a very international or northern approach to it. We never called ourselves emerging donor, actually. We didn't voice it. But we are invited in every session, in every international meeting, mainly in Europe. If there's an emerging donor session, Turkey is deliberately invited. So we strive to explain this, actually. Yes, Turkey is a founder member of OECD and the other multilateral organizations. And there's a tradition with these northern donors. There's an affiliations, close relationships, almost we still have channel a great budget to multilateral programs or UN specialized agencies. And we also attach importance to convince that we report to OECD DAC for a long time, you know. We are not a member of OECD DAC, but we are an observer status from early 90s. So the publicly available data, what we have established an electronic database open to all Turkish ministries, NGOs and municipalities who are enthusiastic about this development cooperation. So they make entries what they have, about how they cooperate. So we are reporting to DAC. But we don't, by the way, this is always, I have to make a correction, we don't make reporting to UN OCHA, like financial tracking service. So this part is, it's hard to answer because it's kind of a historical tradition and historical relationship. But on the other side, the way we cooperate with our partners horizontally on an equal basis, actually we belong to the Global South. So because we only and solely work on demand-driven projects. If there is no demand, we don't even create demand in the partner countries. So maybe this is...
So you follow Southern principles in your development, okay. And let's turn back to Africa. I want to ask one African country, Malawi, that receives normally support from traditional donors, but has received also over the years support from emerging or South cooperation providers. So in your experience as a recipient on the ground, What is, and sorry, I should introduce you, Betty Ngoma from the Debt and Aid Management Unit of the Ministry of Finance of Malawi. Betty, I want to know, in your experience as Malawi as a country, dealing with different type of providers, North and South, is there a big difference in your experience in dealing with the Southern and Northern donors? What's your experience on the ground from a recipient perspective? And do you have different expectations on these different groups?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I start maybe with your question, just allow me to say that for us, I think South-South cooperation is critical. So it's the way to underline, it's critical in our development process. Because you would agree with me that the resources that we are able to generate as a government and the resources that are made available to us from what we are calling the traditional donors aren't adequate to meet all our development needs. And therefore, South-South cooperation becomes important to complement the efforts that are on the ground. So I thought possibly I needed to make that statement and also to indicate that the South-South cooperation that's available to Malawi, it's both in terms of technical cooperation as well as financial cooperation. So it also depends which particular partner you're dealing with. And one aspect that I also want to introduce into the South-South cooperation issue is possibly it's also important that we broaden the definition, not only just to relate to Africa, China, Africa, Brazil, but possibly even within Africa itself, because there are other countries that could also, that we could also benefit from within the exchanges within Africa. So I think if there's anything that I think we really need to also look at is the relationships within Africa itself. They are also critical and also important. We can learn also from each other. Are they the same, the South-South and the North? Possibly yes and no. Possibly yes and no. Why yes? We need all the resources regardless, as I've said. Our development needs and challenges are just enormous, so we need the resources. But when it comes to, to other issues, I think there is some difference. As you rightly say, most of the traditional donors belong to this group and have embraced the principles, of course, in principle, whether in practice it's true, that's another thing, but it's a fact that they have embraced this, but possibly we don't see exactly the same with the South-South providers. And if there were things that we would have loved that possibly from our Southern providers, we could see a change, possibly number one thing would be the issue of untying. We know that their context possibly is different from the traditional donors, but I think untying would help us quite a great deal because it's good to use contractors from elsewhere. It's good to use goods and services from elsewhere. But when it comes to issues of capacity building, I think then possibly there we don't gain much than if possibly we had tried to untie. Of course, they are also tying even with the other traditional donors. It's also there. So for me, I would think that possibly the issue of untying comes quite high. The other issue that possibly when it comes to financial cooperation with the South, what is different possibly with the traditional donors, maybe minus the multilaterals, the traditional donors are offering us grants. So for the Southern cooperation providers, it's also loans, and possibly that's nothing wrong with getting loans. In any case, as we say, that resources are not adequate, possibly we'll still need to complement with other resources, but possibly the lending terms are also some of the issues that affect us. For a country like Malawi, where we are an AIDA country, it matters at what cost we borrow. So I think those are also some of the issues that possibly become a challenge to us, but we nevertheless appreciate the support. And where we think that maybe we also need to strengthen, and where we think there is also much value, is the issue of knowledge and technology transfer. We believe that we can benefit immensely from the southern provider in terms of knowledge and technology transfer. Possibly it's not long ago that they were in a situation like ours, maybe sharing information would be easier than possibly the others. So I thought maybe I could add that. And the other thing possibly which could be a plus is the flexibility in terms of which sectors we engage with them. I think they are a little much better because it's dependent on what we want. So if we want a road, if we want, regardless of the terms, then they would get there. But for the traditional, maybe we're hoping with the SDGs things will change, but they have tended to love the social sector. So it's difficult to pull them out of the social sector. If you invite them to the social sector, you'll be in good terms. But if you say get to the road sector, it becomes complicated. So I thought possibly I could say that for a start.
Yes, thank you very much for highlighting both the positive and the negative elements. And on the note of technology and knowledge transfer, we're going to go to a country which does a lot of that, which is Brazil, in terms of technical cooperation with a lot of African countries and bringing some of the Brazilian experiences. So we have Ambassador Nicodemos, Ambassador of Brazil to Kenya, here with us. And Ambassador, what I wanted to know from you is, you obviously have been working with Africa for a long time, especially the Lusophone countries, and doing a lot of technical cooperation. But do you know if your activities have a real impact on the ground? Is it effective? What is your system? How do you measure how impactful is your work?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation and the possibility of participating in this panel. Well, as we mentioned before, Brazil is, we don't consider in terms of the development cooperation that we are an emerging country. We are a southern country cooperating with southern countries too. And in this sense, as mentioned by Turkey, our cooperation is always demand-driven. We don't look for a country that would like to receive our cooperation. No, if they come to us, we talk to them, we'll discuss. There is a lot of dialogue that will shape the cooperation. And another thing, there is no transfer of resources, financial resources. And there are other principles that guide our South-South cooperation, like the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of the country, and also the respect for the sovereignty. And I could name others, but I think these are the most important. And regarding how do we decide, or who decides if the project had an impact or not? Well, together with the country, we will discuss, we'll publish reports that they are online today for everybody to see. And the recipient country itself will tell us to what extent it is effective or not effective. And also, of course, we have self-criticism, and sometimes we'll see that we could have done better. Sometimes, well, the project is delayed, and we missed the deadlines and things like that. And we consider that so far we have been cooperating with 45 African countries. Africa is by far the largest continent with which we have South-South cooperation. Latin American and Caribbean is the other continent. And things have worked well. And as you mentioned, our main partners are the Lusophone countries in Africa, but also, if you look here in the neighborhood, now most of the countries we've been cooperating with. And I think that both the recipient countries as well as Brazil as a donor country, we have not only dialogue, but self-criticism in terms of trying to find out how good we did.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Next, I would like to now hear, we have heard obviously all the perspectives are more governmental, but it would be good to hear from a civil society perspective. And we have Madame Christine Andela from Cameroon, so she might speak in French, so if you want to turn on your translations. Madame, I would like to know, sorry, I haven't prepared the question in French, but I know you understand. In your experience in your country and elsewhere in Africa, what's your experience as civil society in South-South cooperation, and has it been only government to government, or has also been the South-South cooperation between the peoples of Africa and the peoples from Brazil and India and China and so forth? What has been your experience?
Merci beaucoup. Merci de m'avoir invité à ce panel. Ce que je vais dire va être un peu provocateur, je m'en excuse. Si vous me demandez si la coopération Sud-Sud, c'est aussi la coopération des peuples, entre les peuples, je vais vous répondre, je vais vous donner la réponse qu'on aime entendre. Quelle est la réponse qu'on aime entendre? On aime entendre que non. Pourquoi on aime entendre ça? Parce qu'on analyse la coopération Sud-Sud avec les critères de la coopération Nord-Sud. Or, ce sont deux coopérations totalement différentes de par l'histoire. Vous voyez, moi, je n'ai pas l'âge de gens qui apprennent aujourd'hui comment les États coopèrent, mais moi, dans ma longue expérience, j'ai l'expérience des médecins cubains, j'ai l'expérience des médecins chinois, l'expérience des médecins indiens, arrivant en Afrique, travaillant, etc. Il y a très longtemps de ça. Ce n'était pas une affaire d'affaires, ce n'était pas du business. La coopération Sud-Sud repose d'abord sur les peuples. C'est ça même l'essence. Mais c'est quand c'est devenu, c'est mesuré à l'aune de la coopération Nord-Sud, qui est une coopération qui fait des affaires. Là, effectivement, ça devient totalement différent. Et je pense que peut-être la réflexion que nous devons mener, c'est de respecter les trajectoires et les histoires de ces deux coopérations si nous voulons comprendre à quoi elles servent, ces deux coopérations. Donc, je dirais que, tout d'abord, je suis entièrement d'accord avec Madame du ministère de Malawi, parce que les Africains collaborent entre eux depuis de très longues années, et surtout en période de crise. Excusez-moi de revenir sur ce qu'elle a dit. En période de crise, moi j'appartiens à un pays qui dépense énormément d'argent pour soutenir les réfugiés, que ce soit les réfugiés venus du Tchad, les réfugiés venus de la région centrafricaine, mais personne n'en parle. Donc, les pays africains entre eux déjà ont d'excellents, ils peuvent avoir d'excellents, comment on appelle ça, best practices, d'excellentes bonnes pratiques qu'ils pourraient échanger et qui seraient vraiment, je crois, de la meilleure manière. Et puis n'oublions pas que dans cette coopération Sud-Sud, il y a les commissions mixtes que nous n'avons pas dans la coopération Nord-Sud. Et les commissions mixtes sont des commissions où les gouvernements peuvent intervenir et demandent les avis de leur population, etc., etc. Donc, c'est pour dire quoi? C'est pour dire que si on regarde comment fonctionne la coopération Nord-Sud, on va dire non, la coopération Sud est simplement entre les gouvernements. Mais si on regarde son histoire et la manière dont elle opère effectivement, on va bien se rendre compte que c'est une coopération centrée sur les peuples, parce que c'est ça, depuis les origines, n'est-ce pas, ce à quoi il servait. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. So, and final panelist is my good friend and colleague from the Network of Southern Think Tanks, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General of Regional Information Systems Think Tank of the Ministry of External Affairs of India. Sachin, what I would like to know, having heard a little bit what the others have also said, do you think there needs to be a system of accountability for South-South cooperation? And if there should be, and if the GPDC is clearly not the space which India has voiced very clearly, what should be then that system and that platform for the accountability of South-South cooperation?
Thank you, Nissan. At the outset, I must congratulate you and the Kenyan Finance Ministry for putting this panel together. I would also like to urge you to keep the lexicon that is very familiar with the North-South cooperation, particularly led by OECD DAC. And I think when we talk of South-South cooperation, as Madame has very fantastically articulated, it is people-to-people cooperation. And when we do that, we do not bring in, as Mr. Saeed very rightly said, not figures but results. And not figures but results is such a punchline which explains the very vigor that South-South cooperation stands for. So I think we should remove the glasses of Northern-South cooperation when we talk of South-South cooperation. So accountability for whom? Monitoring for whom? By whom? This is cooperation, as Madam Ambassador very rightly mentioned, is demand-driven. And it's not about conditionalities. It is not about how much finance we are bringing in, as Madame from Malawi very rightly said. It is also about technical cooperation. It is about in-kind cooperation. It is not about what we are bringing on the table, how much money you are bringing on the table. And if that is not the approach, then where is the question of fixing accountability comes in? Accountability is enshrined in the very principle of South-South cooperation when demand is originating and a specific dimension of it is being addressed. I'm also very impressed with your point in terms of cost of borrowing, knowledge sharing, and of course, bringing in local capacity to supply the products. And that's where the important issue in terms of technical knowledge, in terms of sharing development experience, China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Tanzania. I mean, when you initially posed the question that what Africa should expect from emerging economies, I was a little taken aback. Africa is giving so much. Last year, we hosted the president of Liberia at my institute in New Delhi, and the president was very clear in terms of the training programs that Liberia has undertaken for fellow African countries. Africa is giving to each other. What would other donors would bring in here? And I think that's the renaissance we need in terms of self-assertion by the countries. And each country is giving. We need to see what each country is giving to the neighbor. And that's the strength of South-South cooperation. That is the dynamics of South-South cooperation. Accountability, transparency, these are terms which are originating from OECD DAC. And that's why China, India say that GPDC is not the right forum. Because our concepts, our value systems do not gel here. I do not shy away from saying that there are instances when some of these countries haven't followed the right ethos of the South-South cooperation. There might be, but that should be done at the level where the countries are interacting. So in my view, your question about accountability would have to be reformulated. Monitoring, evaluation is not the way South-South cooperation works. It is more about impact assessment of specific projects. And I give you example, in my paper, I have written about India's partnership with Mozambique in terms of establishing solar panel production unit. And it was not just line of credit to establish the production unit, but also training program. It was embedded as part of it when 22 scientists from Mozambique came and learned the art of putting the cell in the solar panel. And they were trained in India for 6 months. That's the capacity building, and that's the dynamics of South-South cooperation.
Great. Thank you so much, Sachin, for this change of paradigm. that you're offering. And I think we had such a great, rich comments. I'm going to open up to the floor to ask questions. But before that, there's a one big elephant in the room that we all know about in this debate, which is China. And I want to just check, is Professor Lee here? Professor Lee Sha-Yun? Okay, so just, I think we cannot talk about South-South cooperation in Africa without hearing Chinese views. So I'm going to give Professor Lee Sha-Yun from China Agricultural University some time to comment on what has been discussed, and then we're going to open up the floor. There's one there, and we'll proceed. Yeah, Professor Sha-Yun?
Thank you very much for getting me to make comment. And I think there's a number of issues I'd like just comment after your panelist discussion. And first is that to understand the nature of South-South cooperation is essentially important. And this was Sachin just mentioned, that we cannot just use a traditional, we cannot just use traditional definition and practice which we have been used in terms of monetary evaluation and accountability. So that is very essentially important. I have made this very, very clear, and I completely agree. And because the social cooperation itself is demand-driven, and demand-driven in the sense of it's reduced heavy burden of accountability. So this is the issue which we have to make clear. And the second, we need also recognize the mutual accountability itself is very contradictory. And the mutual accountability, it is itself is contradictory and is dilemma. And that issue we have to try to avoid, because it tries to reach the objective for accounting people's responsibility at the same time to meet the local need. This is something which you cannot pack this together very often. So that is the issue we have to be very careful. And this is contradictory issues. And the second issue is that we do need to understand, this is what Sachin said, we do need to understand the quality of our cooperation. And in that sense, we look for more learning perspective, not rather than accountability perspective. Learning means we need to improve the quality of this cooperation. And from that direction, and we might have to employ impact-based, quality-based learning process. And in that sense, we probably need to look at the level of project level, not really in the country or big picture. So I just make a very quick comment, and I just, yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's take a few questions. So the gentleman over there.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I wish to thank the panelists here.
And just once, can everybody, in order for the sake of time, just one question and clear, so that we have then the time for the panelists to respond. Yeah.
If it is just one question, then I have nothing to say, because mine is not a question. I just want to put it to the panelists that there is a possibility to combine the three ideas that I got from them. I heard about accountability, and I heard about the change of paradigm in terms of how we define South-South cooperation, and then I also heard about intra-African cooperation. I think there is a possibility here to combine the three and see which kind of South-South cooperation policy can we have. Take it, panelists, and then let us listen from you what we can get from.
Okay, let's take a few other questions. We'll collect 3 or 4, and then we'll yeah, and then Andre, yeah.
I think it's a simple comment in view of the importance of South-South cooperation. Of course, it could be in different areas, but as regarding development cooperation, I would like to give the example of the Arab national and regional development institutions, which have been coordinating their activities since the mid-1970s. What did they do in terms of effectiveness? They have unified their procedures, documents, how to employ consultants, contractors, in training, in appraisal, and so on. I think this have raised a great deal of burden on our developing partners. In terms of capacity building, for example, contribution to ownership. in terms of allowing our developing country partners to be able to do their things themselves in terms of encouraging their contractors, their consultants, their suppliers, labor, and so on, to take more active part in what they do. This is the essence of ownership. I don't like to take longer time, but I think the idea in general is how you can do this in order to make them capable of doing things by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andre, and anybody else, questions if possible, rather than comments? Yeah. Okay, so Marianne, a gentleman there, and Andre. So you can start, Andre.
Thank you, Nathan. And thank you for bringing in the statement of Professor Lee, because I was finding it odd that a panel on South-South partnerships for Africa did not have a Chinese representative, given the fact that China is by far the biggest provider of this cooperation in Africa. But I would just also like to second what he said and relate to the statements made by Sachin and by the Brazilian ambassador. The South-South cooperation, if and to the extent that it follows its proclaimed principles of demand-driven, of mutual benefits, would imply win-win situation, of local ownership and the like, it is already being accountable. Those are all forms of accountability in themselves. So I don't think we need to be afraid to speak about accountability. We just need to recognize that, you know, if our cooperation is demand-driven, as we say it is, if it leads to both partners benefiting, then that is already forms of accountability that are built into it, so to speak. And I'll stop here. Thanks.
Okay. Yes. And then.
Thank you very much. Richard Sewakirianga is my name. Just one comment and question to the people. I heard this comment of saying that this is not the space to discuss South-South cooperation. I think we need to interrogate that statement a bit more, because the way the world is connected, we cannot create bifurcated discourses and say we shall discuss one thing here and another thing here. I think the world is connected so much so that we, for example, in Africa, our experience has been that the North, the South, the East, everybody has converged here and exploited us. So we cannot say we can discuss something here and not discuss something there. I think I would like to put it to the panel that what needs to happen is actually to have a deep discussion on South-South cooperation within the context of the global partnership. Because indeed, when we do that, we start making sure that the issues that are important and dear to South-South cooperation become mainstream issues, and we do not discuss them as if they are peripheral to any discussion.
Okay, Marianne?
Yeah, I think I just would like to understand better, please, about this debate on transparency and accountability, because it seems as if they're not, that it's coming from the dialect more from the North-South, but indeed, these have been emphasized as key principles in the South-South cooperation conferences, particularly in Nairobi and Bogota. And I think also, when we speak about accountability and the question comes up for who, why, isn't it about people at the end of the day? And isn't it about finances that come from taxes from the citizens? So what I'd like to ask in terms of the debate on South-South cooperation, when we talk about demand-driven from countries, but where do people and citizens have their say? And how can people engage more so that we know that when there are specific concerns about projects that might have effect on communities, that people also take part of the dialogue on South-South cooperation?
Okay, the last three questions are going to be Meja, the gentleman behind, and the lady over there. And then we'll get the panelists to respond to it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to be a bit provocative, because what I hear is just semantics. I'm trying to understand what really is the difference, because it really doesn't matter if the aspirin comes from China or from wherever. What I want to know is, does it treat my head? That's the first thing. And now, going to that, really, if it's about accountability, my understanding is that when money comes from India or Brazil or wherever, that is public money. It has to be accounted for. Now, coming to the Africa, when I see only President's Palace being built, and I see big stadiums being built, and alongside that, there are very many slums around. I'm asking, why is priority not in upgrading the slums, but in building the State House that already has a strong building anyway? So these are the accountability issues that we are asking. To the extent that you have big projects being installed, people are not consulted, instead they are forcibly moved out, and because we cannot go out directly and ask the Chinese investor or an Indian investor or Brazilian investor, for that matter, why this is happening, we are referred to another element, another structure that we don't understand, and we are just saying as citizens, but that, look, if this is your people's taxpayers' money, and it is our taxpayers' money that is going to pay for it, we need to be involved. And in that context, we need to have a framework or a frank discussion on what structures do we need to put in place to enhance accountability among all the players. It doesn't matter whether you are South or North. All we want is accountability.
Yeah, thank you. I represent the Islamic Development Bank here. I think the bank was established in '75 on the principles of South-South cooperation. I think we have been practicing it for the past 4 decades because all our members, which are 57 countries, represent the South. And it was enshrined in our basic document that the principle on which this institution will be based is based on the cooperation between the countries. And we thought each country has to offer something to the other countries. I think learning process has to be win-win and mutually beneficial for all of these. I think during the past 4 decades, we have seen the success as well as the failure. I think we should not be shying away from the accountability. It should be for the lesson learning purposes to see what has worked, what has not, and what are the reasons, so it will help us to go forward in a more structured way. My question to the panel would be, as the South-South cooperation is growing both in size and the intensity, I think the thing what we need to do, the groundwork in terms of putting in place a structured framework where really a South-South cooperation will become a mainstreamed instrument. So what we are doing now, not only identifying where are the sources of the South-South cooperation, where are the capabilities, where are the needs and the demand, and we are playing the role of linking together the way demand and supply exist. And I think going forward, it will be good to have a strategic framework put in place and see what are the countries who are offering their services and who are in demand. And also having the long-term commitment, not only having off and on, you see the South-South cooperation, really to building the capacity which is sustainable and the longer lasting for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question, and then we go to our panel. The lady, there was a lady there. You go ahead.
Thank you. I disagree with the idea that the link of development between North-South, South-South cooperation are different. It's actually the same. It's about accountability, assessment, people-centered, whatever. It's the same. The difference is perhaps that in South-South, the level playing field is better because the projects are smaller. We are talking about less amount of money. We are talking about non-financial cooperation. So that puts the position of less developed countries or developing countries more in the same level. But it doesn't apply anymore when we talk about big amount of money. So that's perhaps the difference between South-South and North-South at the moment. However, when it comes to the picture of big amount of money coming from China, for example, there is no difference whether it's South-South or North-South because it's again unleveled playing field that we are talking about. I'd like to comment from the panelists about this idea. Thank you.
Excellent. So to conclude, I'm gonna ask all the panelists to 1 minute respond to any of the questions or comments that they've heard, starting from this way.
Thank you. Well, I thank the audience for the very striking remarks. I think that I've learned a lot, and I'll take it back home. The last intervener, I think that her remarks were very to the point. One thing that it's very different in South-South cooperation from North-South cooperation, at least from the Brazilian point of view, is that the projects are small projects. They are not big projects. well, to build a road, to build a stadium, well, this is investment. It's a Brazilian private company will do that. But the government or the civil society, together with the government, will never do that. They will have trained people and pass on our experience, and will gain also experience. And one thing that is important that I think it should be mentioned here, that one advantage that we have in relation to northern countries is that our realities are much more similar. Well, maybe people don't know, most people don't know it, but Brazil has the second largest population of African descent. Only Nigeria have more people from Africa than Brazil. Well, unfortunately, because of the slavery, we still have lots of people from Africa descent in Brazil, and that helps us understand this reality and be able to cooperate with this country.
Thank you very much.
This continent, sorry.
1 minute each, please, because we are already
Thank you.
running late. Thank you.
I think the discussion is all about three pillars: resource, issues of institutional setup, accountability, transparency, and then the technical assistance in terms of technical know-how and on that. It is not all doom or gloom, I can say, from the also OECD or the DAC framework. What we have learned from the DAC framework over years is about institutional setup. The public financial management, all this budget support, all this aid architecture has helped somehow those countries to build a strong institutional setup. However, on the other side, if you look to the IDA money will not transform a country. Let us be very clear on that. It's very little money which we have ambitious countries not need looking for transformations. And that is, I think, the challenge that we are facing in this discussion of South-South cooperation. And the South-South cooperation also is a win-win situation. I can't say it's aid, it's more like a business model, which is the countries giving resources. If you look to the natural resource sector in particularly, if I give example of my country in Sudan, now the entire technical staff who are dealing with the oil is local content, because it was Brazil, was India, China, and Malaysia, those who are initiating the oil, and then it's already completely domesticated from the technical backup on that. And I think this is a win-win situation that we are looking for.
Thank you. 1 minute, please, if you can.
Thank you, moderator. In conclusion, what I would say is that if all of us are concerned about results, then all of us have to be held accountable for our actions. So that's what I would say. And I think on the issue of deepening dialogue on this, I think there's work that has already started. I think being championed with Mexico. Possibly we just need to see how best maybe we can move this work forward. But otherwise, I would also say that in as far as we are concerned, all the resources that are made available to us, we would want as much as possible to make sure that they are all effectively and efficiently used. So the issue of effectiveness still comes in, so it doesn't matter. All resources available from the north, from the south, what is important, it's effectiveness, how effective it is. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec Meja que la redevabilité est certainement le domaine sur lequel nous devons vraiment travailler. Mais je dirais que le travail ne fait que commencer, parce que le rapport de la mise en œuvre du partenariat global montre que justement il y a eu peu de progrès faits en termes de redevabilité dans la coopération Nord-Sud. Et moi, je sais que, par exemple, la coopération n'a pas réussi à débarrasser, à faire en sorte qu'on ait moins de dictature, qu'on ait moins de régimes peu démocratiques, malgré toutes les conditionnalités qui ont été mises en place dans la coopération Nord-Sud. L'Afrique plie encore sous le fardeau des régimes autoritaires où le citoyen n'a pas de parole. Donc, je pense que c'est un apprentissage collectif aujourd'hui, que ce soit dans la coopération Nord-Sud ou la coopération Sud-Sud. Mais ce que je ne voudrais pas, c'est qu'on croit que la redevabilité est acquise au niveau de la coopération Nord-Sud. Elle n'est pas acquise. Les multinationales dans nos pays ne sont redevables à personne. Donc, je pense que c'est une expérience, c'est une leçon, c'est un apprentissage que nous devons tous mettre au cœur de notre développement et au cœur des relations, que ce soit dans le partenariat Nord-Sud ou dans le Sud-Sud.
Okay, merci beaucoup. 1 minute, really. They are waiting for us to...
Actually, I would like to make some comments on accountability. So the southern providers, when here there's accountability and transparency, our faces just begin to down. So, but I think we just all use the tax money. So we have to defend our budget every year in the parliamentary, in Turkish parliamentary, for instance, Estika. So we, and we act on like public procurement legislation in Turkey. We don't have any cash transfers to the recipient countries or our partners. So we only provide services and technical assistance, and they are not that much big projects, the big monies, because we have limits to have public procurement. So, and we don't underestimate the assistance or services. It could be a call for a community in a village, or it could be a spare of camels, but it could be a big hospital like in Sudan or anything. So,
Thank you. Final words, Professor Chetavit.
Thank you, Nisan. I would just be very brief. I fully agree with what Saeed said. A three-pronged approach is important. We need to bring in some institutional framework for bringing forward accountability within the South-South cooperation, the idea of resource flows, keeping, of course, the technical formulations outside. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you for the audience, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
with only one variable, you know. I believe income is the variable, maybe, one very important. I haven't seen anything that with no income, you know, there's no poverty, you know, agree. But I think the multidimensional, you know, approach on everything is really good. Let me give you examples. In Mexico, we were very happy with the MDGs and what we done in poverty. And then the commission that you know very well, I don't know how to say it in English, but Coneval, the one that is in charge of measuring these things, that, by the way, I think Mexico has a very strong institution in terms of measurement and evaluation, told us, after we were very happy of MDGs, I was in the UN, so I was happy because Mexico had done a big, you know, progress. Then Coneval came and says, no, poor people, poor population grew in Mexico. I was like, come on, you know, I thought we reduced it by half or something like that. But this is the multidimensional part. You know, in these indicators, we're looking also at education, health, living space, you know, not only income. So I believe multidimensional poverty measurement is really key to really see how we are advancing on this. As you know, we are proposing with, I think, Germany and other countries, the GPI on multidimensional poverty. I believe that we need to find more adepts to this methodology, so also to be comparable. And it's very linked to South-South cooperation. I think this, this methodology was born in a southern country, so South-South cooperation could be very good for this issue. And I believe that it has proven that to design and target public policies, this way to measure poverty can help, you know, be more effective. And if the GPDC is about effectiveness for development, I believe this could be, this is really a good place to be discussing this and to push for this idea of multidimensional in middle-income countries that, as you can see, the classification says income countries. No, it's measured by income. But middle-income countries have other things also to tackle, not only, you know, the lack of income, but also all these multidimensional aspects of development. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And just to highlight one point, because I think Mexico and Colombia with Oxford started the Multidimensional Poverty Network actually in 2013. And we have some of the members here who were there at that first meeting with President Santos of Colombia and Amartya Sen. And that's very exciting. Our next speaker is actually who's very well versed in the Multidimensional Poverty Network because he hosted the second annual meeting of the network in Berlin. In fact, we had the head of Amexit at that time come to Germany to that meeting.
This is cooperation.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Tom Silberhorn, the Parliamentary Secretary of State for Germany. He's had a long history also in the German government. And one of the things I would just highlight is that he's Germany's governor to the African Development Bank, a member of Parliament since 2002. Tom, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming. Please.
Thank you very much. And to measure poverty in a multidimensional way and not only in a financial way is indeed a new approach. Germany supported this idea from the very beginning because we think that it could tell us a lot about the root causes of poverty and provide some new ideas on how to respond to poverty in order to eradicate and end poverty until 2030. We worked together with Mexico on integrating this idea into the Agenda 2030 and our Sustainable Development Goals, and in the end we succeeded in doing so. In Goal 1.2, the 2030 Agenda directly addresses multidimensional poverty. It aims at halving multidimensional poverty by 2030. And again, the World Bank underlined this by the report of the Commission on Global Poverty. So it's a broad movement already. But the intention, of course, is not to keep poor people poor in order to be able to infinitely fight poverty. So in the end, we should aim at ending poverty, at graduating our partner countries and people, of course, from poverty. And I think this is very much related to our effectiveness agenda. The most effective development cooperation is graduation of our partner countries, and if you want, graduation of people to overcome poverty. So this approach of multidimensional poverty measurements and indices ask the question, who are the ones who are left behind so far? What do they really need? Where are they? And how could we reach them and respond to these needs? The indices can provide tailored country-specific, can be tailored to country-specific situations, and again this is highly recommended, or we agreed on this approach with our first principle of the effectiveness agenda, ownership of our development partners for themselves. And so tailored and to country-specific situations is one of the great advantages of this multidimensional poverty approach. And of course, it's a great opportunity for South-South cooperation. And I think Mexico did already a lot in exemplifying what this means. And that's why I want to thank you, Mrs. Kassar, for your commitment to this work. We very much build on your political creativity. And I think it's a good message also for the scientists who developed this network and then this idea. It's not very often the case that scientists come along with new ideas and politicians follow. So in this case, you succeeded in convincing politicians to change their policy approaches and to get a broader perspective of what poverty really means and how best to respond to it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I want to highlight just one thing because I wish all of you could be, and some of the countries that have implemented the measure now, with Mexico being one, but also some of the other countries. For example, I'm just going to highlight Costa Rica because they're not up here. The Costa Rican government has now decided, the president has signed a decree that the budget of Costa Rica for next year is going to follow the MPI for its policy, for its government budget allocation for poverty. And that's impact on the poor. That's direct impact on the poor, as you just mentioned, which is really exciting. And that's why we're in this business, right? We're in the business to help poor people. And I get really excited when I go to places like Pakistan or Panama or all the countries that are, I think, here, like Senegal, et cetera, and see that impact. The next person we're going to hear from is from an agency that was started also from, which from the beginning has really been involved in the Multidimensional Poverty Network, and that's Spain. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Luis Tejada Chacon, the director of the Spanish Agency for International Development. Again, I won't go into your distinguished career, but you have a very distinguished career in the Spanish government, both in the Spanish government and then representing the Spanish government in other places, but also overseas. And so it's a real pleasure to get your perspective and to hear you now, sir. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Well, we have been a traditional partner of middle-income countries. I mean, most of our experience was in the past in middle-income countries. We have extended our cooperation to other areas like Africa now, but Latin America is our main area of concern. We have, of course, launched an ambitious, together with Latin American countries, triangular cooperation, we call it. It's mainly promoting South-South cooperation. We have now 49 operations going on. I think that 14 with Mexico and on many fields. No? And we will continue on this track. No? The issue is that it is true that this idea of multidimensionality came working with Latin America, seeing that there were pockets of poverty groups and that this was linked to many different issues, not mainly income sometimes. For example, we have done a long time cultural cooperation with Latin America. We have centers and we do what we call culture for development. And there, for example, the expression of indigenous people, also the Afro-descendants are important programs that we have. And we try to recover not just, let's say, economic identity, but to give them also a political identity and to express, to help them to express their own cultural and specific ways of expression. So either, well, it is music or theater or literature is very present in our centers, and it's a very important part of our programs. We have new issues now. For example, migration is one of these. It's an issue in which the vulnerability is very strong in some groups. Not necessarily the poorest people are those who migrate, but they put themselves in a very risky situation. And then together with the European Union and with some funds that the European Union has created, we are going to start programs of policies for migration in places like Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Egypt. All these countries are preparing projects with us in which we are going to try to show them our experience in this area. Because during 10 years, from 1995 to 2005, we increased our population by 10% in Spain, all of them migrants, and about 5 million people came to live in our country. And then we have had to deal with that and put into place policies and know how to deal with things like racism, xenophobia, and we have mechanisms that we are trying to convey to them. To end with perhaps another example of a group that we didn't pay so much attention in the past, but we are trying to focus now on, is youth. Radicalism and some kinds of violent expressions are very linked to the exclusion and to the marginalization of this group of population that has in many countries, middle-income countries of course, but also poor countries, lack of voice, political presence, of unemployment, and then you have to deal very specific with this group of populations and try to see why sometimes some perverse incentives are creating a difficult situation to them. For example, dual labor markets or safety nets that are not conceived for them mainly. No? Well, I have just put some examples of new issues that are in our agenda together with traditional. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Those are so important in terms of issues that we have to deal with. And I'm glad you mentioned the triangular idea. It's not just South-South, but also the idea of triangular. And I think one of the really examples of that is if you look at what happened with the multidimensional poverty network, just with Germany took a lead in helping to finance it when it really was just an idea. I mean, we were just starting this idea. And yet then we also had Colombia, we had Mexico very much involved, and then with academia, which is unusual, as you said. And so having that kind of relationship helped, I think, very much to move something forward. So I think thank you for bringing that up in terms of, because I think it really is two fronts. One is working directly to impact the poor, but the other front is also changing policy, changing the SDGs, making sure that it was in the SDGs, as you mentioned, 1.2. And so that's an important part of it too. It's my pleasure now to introduce Charlotte Petri-Gornicka. She's the relatively new chair of the Development Assistance Committee of DAC of the OECD. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're the first woman to hold this role. The Director General of SIDA, before that, the Swedish International Development Agency, and then, which is close to my heart because I was the Executive Director of Oxfam for a number of years, to know that you were also the Secretary General of Save the Children. And so welcome, and I really look forward to hearing your remarks. Thanks for coming with us.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I think it's great to listen to you and to just the fact that this platform, that we can spend time on discussions that has to take place and to learn from each other. I just came from a role as the Director General at the Swedish Development Agency, and Sweden has, for quite a while, claimed that when we talk about poverty, we do that based on a multi-dimensional interpretation of what that means. Sometimes I think we have been fighting to be able to defend that, because it is seen from many aspects as abstract. We have to fight with the chief economists, and the chief economists have to fight with the human rights people. I mean, I simplify, but to really rally around a multi-dimensional interpretation of what that is very educating, I think, and lack of voice, lack of participation, which is the human rights aspect really of poverty, is kind of within our DNA. But it's not until we have the SDG agenda that we have a common language for that, which is easier for many people to buy into, independently on their background. And I think that it's helpful to have the SDG agenda as a point of departure for continue to work around what we mean. I realized that within the OECD DAC role, this has perhaps not been discussed as much as it could have been. We have a real opportunity now, again taking our point of departure from fulfilling the commitments on the SDGs and financing for development, to build on these kind of examples that you were referring to. The South experience, as well as Spain and Germany working with our colleagues who are not necessarily the members of DAC, all of them, but to really learn from each other to do more effective development aid. I'd like to bring to the table that I do think that there are other actors that would love to take part in this, and that's also, I mean, academia, yes, to work together to be better informed and to use OECD and DAC as a platform where statistics and learnings from peer review could be used to influence policies, but also the convening power and invite the private sector to take part in this debate as well, because lots of the root causes and the solutions to root causes, we are talking about unemployment and jobs. 90% of jobs are created by private sector. Private sector is, for different reasons, willing to take part in the development agenda, but they are not necessarily part of our discussions, and they don't understand this language on multidimensional poverty. I mean, but if we need them at the table when we talk about migration, when we talk about other financial flows, we need them at the table. And I wish that we can continue to have a discussion within this platform where, you know, private sector is actively a part of that. I know that an elephant in the room around our partnership is graduation and the way some countries are being seen as both donors and recipients, an old-fashioned way of looking into development. We need to continue to discuss that. DAC might not change the standards in a week's time from now, but we will have to be more open to discuss. So, thank you.
No, thank you very much for raising that last point, because I think discussion of that
Because
point,
otherwise you would have done that.
Yeah, no, it is the elephant in the room that needs to be discussed. So I think that's very important. And it doesn't mean you have to agree or disagree, but we need to at least discuss, which I think is important. I also, can I pick up on 2 points you made? One is the idea of agency and voice. We have a project of trying, how do you measure agency? How do you measure empowerment? And that's a difficult issue. And yet those are the kinds of data that we need if we're going to move in that direction. That's one point. The second thing, I'm also very glad you mentioned the private sector. There's only one country in the world with which we're working now on the multidimensional poverty, which has included the private sector, and that's Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, the private sector is working hand in hand with the government in the design of the MPI, and they're also designing their own MPI for private business. So this is something that we can discuss as we move forward, because I think it's an interesting new area of work. I also want to make sure that everybody that's here realizes that we all believe very strongly that income is important also. That I mean, oftentimes when I go and I talk to people, they say, well, wait a minute, no, we're not against income. Income is the basis. I mean, that is basically what, we're not against income. I mean, if anybody comes out of the room saying they're against income, the poor will not be very pleased. So I think it's very important that all these measures that we're talking about are complementary. In most of the countries, we're talking about an income measure and a complementary social policy measure. So I think that's really important, especially important when I'm going to introduce somebody from the World Bank. And the World Bank has been on the forefront of income measure. It also has now, with the Donny Atkinson report, done some creative thinking, and there's some interesting discussions taking place. It'll be interesting to also know that the World Bank is funding at the country level some of these multidimensional efforts. So it's a very interesting time, I think, at the World Bank. So it's my pleasure to introduce Jos Verbeek, manager and special representative to the UN and the WTO for the World Bank. But again, no stranger to this because you are the advisor to the whole vice president responsible for the 2030 development agenda for the World Bank. And so you're no stranger to these discussions. So it's a real pleasure to have you here and welcome.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can add to that. I was also the manager of the Global Monitoring Report.
I have that
there,
in my
of course,
notes.
and that's where I'm going to come to a little bit. Not on the report, but because of the experience that I had working on that. I think, I want to make a few points. They might be a bit all over the place, but we are in a gladiator session. I thought I would have to change when I would come here. I walked in, I said, what is this? This is not the amphitheater for a gladiator session. I thought I would get a shield, I thought I would get a sword. But no, I'm just sitting here, it's almost like a love fest. I mean, I thought at least the sea top that they had to fight for something. I thought, there I hear the word fighting, that's more like gladiators. No? But anyway, on that, I think that, the multidimensionality of poverty, that it gets more attention, for me, comes basically as a logical progression of what we have seen over the last, say, 10, 20 years. Yeah, in 1990, we had over 40% of the world population living in poverty, in extreme poverty. Yeah? I think the emphasis was really on getting income up, getting income growth, getting people out of that low level of 125 a day, now defined as 190, purely because of price changes, but not of anything that we try to put the bar higher. And secondly, also, I think because in 2000, we actually defined the MDGs. Yeah? And I still actually, when I always looked at it, and people asked me about, shouldn't you look at more than income poverty? I said, well, we have the MDGs. They talk about health, they talk about education, they talk about gender, they talk about sanitation and infant mortality, etc. So I always looked at it from that perspective. Look, you have, in a sense, a multidimensionality there, but not, of course, a multidimensionality by linking it probably through panel work and things like that to one particular person, no? Because I presume that's what the multidimensionality of poverty index would do. We look not, we don't look at averages, but we're linking at each of these individual persons to see, is he or she deprived in one of these dimensions, I think. So I think the logical the progression is now that we have, well, we haven't done away with the MDGs, but they have been absorbed in the SDGs. So they have been a sort of snowed under in the attention. So I think it's very important that we say, look, we need to bring these other dimensions of real deprivation, which the MDGs focused on, because this was the people's first agenda. Yeah. The SDGs are really an overall, holistic, universal type of development agenda. So these deprivations have sort of a little bit snowed under by many of the other things that we care about under the SDGs, of like climate, like infrastructure, and things like that. So I think for me, it's a very normal progression for us. I mean, in the World Bank, I don't want to be defensive, but of course we have really worked on the income part, and slowly but surely this multidimensional stuff has come. We had, we weren't completely ignorant about these things, but it's, but the focus was of course really on the income part. And then, of course, both of two co-gladiators, although I'm not sure I can call you a co-gladiator, but you're certainly a co-gladiator, brought up the Atkinson report. Yeah, so when Kaushik Basu, our previous chief economist, and very much, I think, of course, a person, very much did a lot of research in the poverty area, wanted that we started looking, I think, partly because of these trends that we saw, we need to look at more than just income poverty to really focus on our interventions and how we help the poor improve. So the Atkinson report has really said you need to move into this direction. Basically, that's the conclusion. The bank is going to do it a little bit different, maybe building on what has been done by others around here in the table, is we're going to bring in the income part also in the multidimensionality. So research has started. We want to do multidimensional poverty, but we're going to bring in the income part as part of one of these dimensions. And I think if I might put not a question, but I think the challenge for us now going forward, yeah, if we're going to really develop jointly all these type of measures to look at multidimensionality of poverty, I think it's really like, okay, how do we deal with mobility? I almost see that as the next big challenge that we are going to get. Yeah, do people fall back in poverty? Yeah, and from a multidimensional perspective, how are we going to do research? Through panel, I guess, through household budget surveys, through the other survey, what's it called again? The demographic health surveys and things like that. So we really have to work also on the data side. And there I want to make one more point, because this type of work is very data intensive. Yeah? And in the bank, we know, for example, on income poverty, that will be my last remark, for 57 countries, we had no poverty sorry, that's not completely true. We couldn't say anything on the trend in poverty between 2002 and 2012. 57 countries of our clients. Yeah? Or we had only one observation, so we could say what the level of poverty was, but we could say nothing about the change on income poverty. And for the other 28, 29, we could say nothing about poverty in general. So we have made a commitment on our side. I think there was a commitment made I think already in others or otherwise in Ungarn of the summit, that for the poorest 78 countries, we're going to make sure that by 2020 we have at least one observation, if not two. Because that really we have to do. And I think that will also help with the multidimensionality part of things. Thank you.
No, thank you. And thank you for bringing up the importance of data, because unless we have data, you can't measure something. I mean, and we all talk about the data revolution and the data revolution, but one of the key issues is capacity building in countries so that they have the capacity to get the data we need. And that's why it's my pleasure now to turn to, we've had two more recent countries that have adopted the MPI. One was Pakistan, the other one was Honduras, which again recently adopted its multidimensional poverty index. So it's my pleasure to introduce Malik Uzair Khan, who's a member of parliament, but he also is no stranger. He was here as the head of delegation to the meeting we had in Mexico of this effort. He's also on the standing committee for overseas Pakistanis, but also a member of the SCG task force of Pakistan. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to start by saying, as a lot of my colleagues already did, that definitely even at the parliamentary level or at the government level, obviously all of us want to combat poverty in our respective countries. And so this multi-dimensional poverty index, in that sense, I think is a very helpful tool, because even coming from the policy maker perspective, you need to have a more holistic version of how you can basically engage. So I wanted to bring up another point, which is that I think political sensitization and ownership is really important on these particular issues. So in 2013, what the government of Pakistan did, particularly led by the Ministry of Planning, was that they had a national stakeholder consultation on carving our own national vision 2025. And in that, the first pillar was putting people first, developing human and social capital. And this is a vision that's in line with the SDGs, and it's a vision that recognizes poverty as multidimensional. So I think when you have that kind of political consensus created, it really helps to be able to adopt these kind of methodologies, make them part of your official executive and your annual reports. And so we're very grateful to OPHI and yourself in particular, also UNDP, which really helped us. And this summer we launched our first multidimensional poverty report in Pakistan. And I think just in conclusion, I just want to say that it's brought some startling revelations, like things you haven't seen before, in terms of just urban or rural differences in terms of poverty. Also, another thing that in our context this index is doing is also highlighting provincially and regionally what the disparities are in terms of poverty. And also, for instance, it gives you an idea, like in a certain area, one of the major contributors of poverty might just be a lack of education, whereas in another area it could be lack of health. So that, I think, is a very important tool for policymakers in Parliament to really come up with how to address that.
No, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing up the idea of local ownership, because it doesn't work if there's no local ownership. And I think the key is really to move at the pace that the country can move. Some countries have done this measure in a year, other countries have taken 4 years, but that's a political process. It is a technical process, but it's first and foremost a political process that then has to be adopted by the parliament, by the president and others. And I think that's really important to understand, that we're dealing with poverty, but poverty doesn't have politics in terms of left and right, but it has politics internally that have to be dealt with. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that, because I think in Pakistan it went through the parliament, it got accepted by the parliament. So the MPI has been owned not just by the ministry, but by the parliament itself, which is also doesn't happen in every country, and that's been exciting to have it as part of your national plan. Well, I think I am also a gatekeeper in terms of time. This was supposed to end at 7. It's now just 7, just a bit after 7, and I know some people had to leave at 7, so I want to make sure that we allow people the capacity to leave. But at the same time, we probably should have at least 1 or 2 comments from others if need be. First, are there any burning questions from the audience? But I'm going to keep this to maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm not going to go around and have you all speak, but if anybody has anything on the panel you'd like to say. Is there any? I can't see very well. So, okay, so let's do at least one. Yes, go ahead. Please.
Just a quick question to the colleague from the World Bank. What is the timeline for your development of a multidimensional poverty assessment?
Thank you. My question is around the SDG agenda, and specifically looking at the principle of leaving no one behind. Ultimately, this agenda is saying that if this agenda isn't met for everyone, it won't be met for anyone. So the focus on the individual there is really essential, and that's a real challenge for poverty data, especially, as we heard, 57 countries where we have no trends since 2002 on poverty data. And fundamentally, those who are working with poverty data, how are you looking at addressing that challenge where we can actually understand who is in poverty, where they are, and also what progress they're making out of poverty?
I think that's a very important point. Any other comment or question? Yes, one more, maybe one more. Yes, go ahead, please.
First of all, I'm from Mexico, so very proud to hear that this effort is being shared. My question is, I'm from civil society, and I think civil society can bring a lot to those dimensions of multidimensional poverty that are not income. What are the mechanisms that are being thought in these countries to work with civil society, just as they want to work hand in hand with private sector? How are you conceiving working hand in hand?
Thank you so much, because we hadn't mentioned the civil society, and I think
Yeah,
it's absolutely crucial. I think we'll leave it at that. There was one question addressed directly to you, so if you want to answer that one, that'd be great.
Well, that one is very easy to answer. I don't know, actually. So I have to get back to you. So that was an easy one. But on the other things, it's a bit technical maybe. But, you know, what of course being done, the bank still makes estimates on regional aggregates of poverty reduction. So we use models in a sense to estimate. And if you come, what you can do on panels, I mean, actually there's probably an expert here much better than I, but I worked a little bit of that, is that what you do is and also mapping, you basically correlate household budget surveys with the survey. You look for fixed elements in both of them so that you can kind of regress it on one another so that you can say, where are these people living? And similar you can do in a sense with panels over time now, with mobility. If you have 1 or 2 surveys, you can start doing it because they're fixed questions in one, and you again run regressions, and you can say, okay, are people moving up or moving down?
Anybody have a comment on civil society that you want me? Well, I think again that's. I think the position of Oxford, for example, when we do this work, is that we don't have a position. In other words, it has to be a local country decision, and every country has a different way of approaching that. So, for example, in Pakistan, I'm sure it's quite different than in Bangladesh, or quite different than Mexico or Colombia. And I think it's very important to all stakeholders have to understand multidimensionality. So one of the things we do in that 1-year process of adoption, there have to be people in some countries. There's a whole process of discussion, getting ideas from the field, what do poor people themselves think poverty is before they decide the dimensions. So we don't actually propose the dimensions, that comes from each country, so each country can use it for their own policy purposes. I would only mention one other thing to you in terms of methodology, and that is that the one of the exciting things about the MPI is that doing MPI once doesn't make any sense, because you really want to do it over time, because you don't, one time is interesting, but 2 is more interesting because then you can see if it's gone up or down. And that it's the over time, and then you have to say, you can't change the methodology and you can't change the questions. So you need to have some consistency over time.
This is not an answer to how do we solve the issue of not reliable data on poverty, but I think it's we have discussed today transparency and the fact that we have IATI who's really collecting data and OECD DAC, which, you know, do statistics and this platform again, the GPEDC. I think we have an opportunity to kind of ask ourselves what is needed and who is doing that. Who is doing what? Because this is really a gathering of capabilities and capacity. So we should not leave that question to 4 years down the road. We should think about that. And also how we use data and statistics, and not to confuse data and statistics being the same thing. So I really think, you know, we talked this morning, but next time we should use data, statistics and lack of it around an issue to really exemplify what we mean and not be too technical, but to be really driven by what we're trying to do with data and statistics. So I think I just want to see, you know, a more in-depth quality work on that.
Just one thing to mention, the outcome document, we are very pleased to have a commitment to promote the methodology, the multi-dimensional methodology. So we have now in the outcome document something about this. And obviously the GPI, the Global Partnership Initiative, will include, you know, this type of cooperation in terms of helping countries to have data and to disaggregate data. I think it's all about disaggregation of data, no? To find the solution.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, because I think it's been, there hasn't been a gladiator, as you mentioned. It's been a love fest in a way, but I think it has raised some very important issues moving forward. Charlotte raises the issue that we shouldn't wait 4 years, that we need to get into the discussion of the elephant in the room as well as multidimensional poverty, and I think that's absolutely essential. And I think you've just laid the way forward, is the opening at this gathering for the next year or two to be able to do that. I would then, on the name of Oxford, in the name of OFI, but also the Multidimensional Poverty Network, which supported this, but especially thank Amexid, which organized this event, and especially you, Gina, for the work that you're doing in Mexico, and to thank each and one of you as panelists, because I think it's been a very rich and a wonderful discussion. So thank you so much.